Chapter 565. Ever since they fought side by side, the relationship between Jiang Hai and Qi Li was no longer the same as before. When they met, they didn't have a good impression of each other. For Jiang Hai, there was only disgust. After all, the relationship between the two was not so harmonious. As a man from the 3 provinces in the northeast, he was obviously a male chauvinist. He was ignored by his wife at home for a whole year. It would be strange if he felt comfortable. Moreover, he was despised by the people around her every now and then. So after Jiang Hai had the ability, he was indeed like a villain and directly turned hostile. Of course, if Qi Li didn't seem to be so arrogant to him, he wouldn't have such a big opinion of her. But this kind of relationship, after Qi Li admitted defeat and talked to him in the manner, had become a lot weaker. Plus, last time, they fought side by side, so the relationship between Jiang Hai and Qi Li improved a little. Jiang Hai didn't know what Qi Li was thinking now, but in Jiang Hai's heart, the hatred for Qi Li had been completely put down, but there was still no love. So the relationship between the two now was a bit like childhood friends, but it was also a little awkward. Looking at the phone call from Qi Li, Bernice's eyes flashed. Then she didn't say anything. She just turned her head and continued to feed white hair, and Jiang Hai stood up and walked to the side to pick up the phone. "Hello, Qi Li, what's the matter?" After picking up the phone, Jiang Hai asked Qi Li on the other side of the phone. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Qi Li hesitated for a moment, then said to Jiang Hai, "Hello, Jiang Hai, it's nothing serious. The restaurant is running well, but just now my mom called me and asked if we will go back for the Mid-Autumn Festival." Hearing Qi Li's words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be a little speechless. This address, doesn't seem to be appropriate. I might not have time during the Mid-Autumn Festival, but I should be back in Bing City in November. After thinking for a while, Jiang Hai decided to say it. Everything had to be done first, and AI Xiaoxi called him first. So now, Jiang Hai really didn't want to go back to Bing City during the Mid-Autumn Festival, but it didn't matter. On November? Okay. Can you tell me why you want to go back to Bing City in November? Hearing Jiang Hai say that he won't be going back during the Mid-Autumn Festival, Qi Li was somewhat disappointed, but when she heard Jiang Hai say that he will be going back in November, she was happy again. Huang Yunfei will get married in November, and I will go back then. Hearing Qi Li's words, Jiang Hai also said, "Oh, if that's the case, I'll see you then. I'll free up some time too." Seeing that Jiang Hai is really going back in November, Qi Li also said quickly. Hearing what she said, Jiang Hai also smiled and responded. After chatting for a while, Jiang Hai hung up the phone. After thinking for a while, Jiang Hai put away his mobile phone. If he is going to AI Xiaoxi's house and Qi Li's house this time, then he needs to prepare some gifts. Originally, if he is just going to AI Xiaoxi's house, he could just buy the gifts after return to China. But now, he is going to Qi Li's house, so he needs to take some gift from the manor. This is not because he's looking down on AI Xiaoxi's family, but because of the problem of vision. If he goes to AI Xiaoxi's house, he could just take Wuliangye, Maotai, health supplements, cigarettes, and so on. After all, AI Xiaoxi's family is not very rich, and Jiang Hai used to be a child of an ordinary family. It is already good enough for him to take these gifts for the first time. Even if Jiang Hai gives them beef and fish, they don't know how much these things are worth. When the festival comes, he will treat them to a meal and say that his son-in-law brought it back. In China, there are not many ordinary people who would think that delicious beef is worth much. At most, they will say, "Your beef is real, and the taste is very authentic," and so on. Therefore, instead of taking things from the manor, it was far better to directly get some good cigarettes and good wine. When the relatives came over, the top-grade Maodai and Wuliangye would be placed on the table. It was much better than beef and other things. However, if he goes to Qi Li's house, he can't bring these things. Qi Li's house doesn't lack these things. It is more of a token of appreciation, so it is necessary to bring some beef, and so on. What are you going to do? Seeing that Jiang Hai put away his mobile phone and was about to walk to the villa, Bernice, who was feeding white hair, couldn't help but raise her head and ask Jiang Hai strangely. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai also responded quickly. "I'm going to pack my things. This time, there is one more place to go." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Bernice curled her lips, but she didn't say anything. She just continued to sit here and feed white hair, but it can be seen that her eyes have been flashing, indicating that her heart is not as calm as she looks on the surface. But at this time, Jiang Hai didn't notice this. In fact, he was not a person who would pay attention to these things. After returning to the manor, he casually put away some of his undergarments and a set of outerwear. After getting off the plane, he always needs to change into a set of clothes. Jiang Hai's clothes are still the same as before. As for sportswear and outdoor wear, he naturally disliked suits and the like. Wearing such things was pretentious and rigid. No matter what others say, he really doesn't like it. Now, he has the final say in what he wants to wear and what he wants to wear. So if he doesn't want to wear these things, no one can control him. Even if his clothes are untidy, it's up to the person. Those people in high-end places will recognize his watch and his glasses. These are more convincing than a suit. Of course, if he meets someone who doesn't know anything, then it's a different story. After packing his clothes, Jiang Hai went to the warehouse downstairs. He thought for a while and chilled a lobster, 12 pounds of the best beef, and some dried sea cucumbers and abalones. Then he called a courier company. It's impossible for him to bring these things over from the United States. If he brings them to AI Xiaoxi, he will be too embarrassed to take them away. So he's going to send these things to Bing City and let Fu Yuan or Su Weixian keep them for him. He will go to AI Xiaoxi's place and bring these things on the plane himself. It's said that the United States has the most inhumane and strict security. But in fact, they also need to see who they are checking. After packing the things, the courier company in the United States also sent someone over. Although the courier services in the United States and Europe were more popular than the courier services in China, the speed of courier services in the United States and Europe was very slow. Basically, no matter what you buy online, it will take more than 10 days to get it delivered. But in China, it takes less than 4 days. When the online reviews are done, the courier service will be given a bad review. Even the slowest courier service in China will only take about 4 days if it's not during the Lunar New Year. Some courier services are sent in 1 day and can be received the next day. These are unimaginable in the United States. Actually, this is mainly because of the salaries. In the United States, courier services are also charged by the bill. But the Americans are not like the Chinese who work hard to earn money. To them, this job is too tiring. That's why they are not willing to do it. It's sad. There are many jobs in the United States that the Americans are not willing to do. For example, food delivery, cleaning, or being a security guard in some places. These jobs earn a lot of money. Although it's not enough for some people, there are still many people doing these jobs in China. But in the United States, more than 95% of Caucasians will not do these jobs. More than 80% of African Americans will not do these jobs. On one side, there are lots of vacancies, and on the other side, there are people who are complaining about being unemployed. These people are really spoiled. In the United States, it takes about 10 days to deliver the goods. Even if there are no illegal items or items that need to be inspected, it will take at least 12 to 13 days to deliver the goods. If this is the case, these goods will arrive around the time Fengyu returns to Bing City. This is also because Fengyu had paid the courier company to speed up the delivery. If not, it will take at least half a month to deliver the goods. After sending the goods, Jiang Hai starts to laze around. He lies on the white jade bed and basks in the sun. Jiang Hai felt that every hour or so, a piece of dragon scale would grow on his body. This wonderful feeling really made Jiang Hai addicted. Unknowingly, Bernice also came back from outside. Looking at Jiang Hai's appearance, she couldn't help but shake her head. Jiang Hai's character is destined to be like this for the rest of his life. It will be difficult for him to change, but fortunately, her nagging was just for show. Just like how Jiang Hai ignored her nagging, she didn't think that Jiang Hai would change for the better just because she nagged a few times. That was simply impossible. In fact, she felt that Jiang Hai was pretty good even if he maintained his current state. Just like this, Jiang Hai's leisurely time passed by for a few more days. Unknowingly, it is already September 24th. The 27th is the official day of the Mid-Autumn Festival. But starting from the 26th, the Chinese government has already started to go on holiday. In other words, Jiang Hai has to go back before the 25th. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if this wave of people catches up. Although AI Xiaoxi has already booked the high-speed train ticket after getting the exact information from Jiang Hai, she still needs to calculate the time. On the morning of the 23rd, Jiang Hai handed the manor to Edward Anderson and Robbins Garcia. Then, he bid farewell to Delina, Marion, Littleia, Bernice, and Aphrodite and drove his battle shield to New York. Only New York has a direct flight to the imperial capital. Boston is not available. At the same time, when Jiang Hai leaves town, he noticed that there seems to be more and more Chinese tourists coming to Winthrop recently. Chapter 566. Recently, Winthrop was indeed very popular. Since August, Winthrop began to attract its first batch of customers. Now, on September 23rd, the number of customers had exceeded 3,000. In less than 2 months, there were already 3,000 people. This was only talking about tourists from Huaxia. There were about 1,000 tourists from the United States, but this already made the people of Winthrop quite happy. Now a new peak was ushered in. With the arrival of the Double Festival, some units directly moved from the 26th to the 7th of October, nearly half a month of rest. Traveling abroad was the best choice, because in China, it was basically not to look at the scenery, but to look at the people. Some popular places abroad were also crowded, but coming to Winthrop was quite good. When Jiang Hai left, according to the news that Mrs. Turner told Jiang Hai when she came back, all the villas had been booked. The occupancy rate of the town's hotels had also reached 90%. It could be said that such a scene was something that Mayor Wallace had never dreamed of before. Jiang Hai was also quite happy about this. After all, he could also make money. However, some people came out to play during the festival, while some took advantage of the festival to go back to China. Just like today when Jiang Hai just came out of Winthrop, a bus came out of Winthrop together with him. After seeing Jiang Hai's car, many people on the bus greeted Jiang Hai. After all, Jiang Hai was the pride of this town. Although Jiang Hai did not know them, they all knew Jiang Hai. He was a rich man who made a fortune by raising cattle. He had a car worth 20 million yuan, a more valuable yacht, and even a plane. The lobsters, abalones, and sea cucumbers he raised were the favorite of all the tourists here. Not only were they big, but they also tasted particularly good. After getting used to eating Jiang Hai seafood, they really felt that the seafood in China was tasteless. The quality was indeed not one grade lower. Seeing them waving at him, Jiang Hai also waved his hand, then stepped on the gas pedal and headed to New York. His flight was at 1 p.m., and he left early this morning. First, he was afraid of being late. Second, he went back and wanted to buy some things for Feng Yunshen and AI Xiaoxi. As for Qili, Jiang Hai thought for a while, and it was better to buy some things. After arriving in New York, Jiang Hai went directly to Fifth Avenue. He did not know other places. After arriving here, he simply looked around and entered the largest jewelry store here, called Tiffany. The world's 3 recognized jewelry brands. One was French brand, Cartier, which was known to many people. The second was Italian brand, Bulgari, and the third was American brand, Tiffany, not Tiffany. Because this was a local brand, it had a lot of discounts in terms of price and tariff. Although Jiang Hai had not bought jewelry, he at least knew that there was a discount when buying things from local brands in the United States. For example, buying a car. Japanese cars were indeed more fuel efficient, but in terms of price, they might not be able to compete with American brands such as Ford and Chevrolet. This was the local brand protection policy. After Jiang Hai entered the store, the melodramatic scene did not happen. After looking around, Jiang Hai chose 3 necklaces. One of them was particularly shiny and was made of tourmaline inlaid with diamonds. The other one was very luxurious and was made of platinum inlaid with diamonds. The last one was made of platinum, but it was much thicker and had many small diamonds on it. Jiang Hai really did not know how to choose these. He could only choose the ones with similar prices. The price of each of these 3 necklaces was about $100,000. Qili, AI Xiaoxi, and Feng Yunshen each had a necklace. After wrapping it, Jiang Hai also threw it into his backpack and then made some marks on it to prevent himself from making mistakes. After everything was done, He went to the airport because he was a black gold car member of American Express, and he booked the top first-class cabin. No matter if it was to change his boarding pass or to get on the plane, he had a special channel. Soon, he passed the customs and entered the cabin. After putting the backpack away, Jiang Hai adjusted his huge seat back and casually chose a movie to watch. "Hey, you are Jiang Hai. Are you also going back to China?" Just as Jiang Hai was choosing a movie here, a surprise voice suddenly spoke to Jiang Hai. Hearing this voice, Jiang Hai looked back and found that a Huaxiang man appeared next to him. He didn't know when he appeared next to him. He looked young and was a little fatty. At this time, he was talking to Jiang Hai excitedly. "You are." However, although he accurately called out his name, Jiang Hai really didn't seem to have an impression of him. "Hey, you don't know me yet. My name is Hao Fei. I just finished playing in Winthrop, and am going back to China." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the person here said with a smile. Hearing his introduction, Jiang Hai also understood that this person should be a tourist. It's understandable that he knows me. Although he usually doesn't talk about himself in the town, there have always been legends about him in the town. After all, the town's current development is inseparable from the support of Jiang Hai. The development of the town was paid by Jiang Hai. The tourists of the town were brought back by Jiang Hai. It's impossible to say that he is not grateful to Jiang Hai. How is it? Winthrop is not bad, right? Hearing this person's words, Jiang Hai also said with a smile, "It's not just not bad, it's great. To be honest, my family has a little bit of money. My father opened a company, so I've been traveling all over the world since I was a child. Besides the humanities, to be honest, Winthrop is definitely the best tourist destination in my opinion. The seafood is cheap, the people are kind, the living conditions are good, the air is good, the environment is good, everything is great. When I came here, I prepared 100,000 yuan to play, but after arriving here, I realized that I didn't need 100,000 yuan at all, only 30,000 yuan, so I directly upgraded to the first class and prepared to go back." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the person named Hao Fei said excitedly. Looking at his appearance, Jiang Hai also smiled. Such rich tourists are their favorite. "Hey, speaking of which, I'm going back after playing for a few days. I'm really a little reluctant. It's not that I'm reluctant to leave other things, but I'm reluctant to leave your lobsters. I say, brother, when are you going to sell lobsters to Huaxia? You're torturing me." As he spoke, Hao Fei sighed and then looked at Jiang Hai with a sad face, as if the Jiang Hai in front of him had become a lobster. "I farmed some lobsters, but it's still a little difficult to sell them back in China. In addition to lobsters, I also have longzhu, grouper, salmon, and our country's tasty large yellow croaker and Yangtze River swordfish, but they haven't been farmed yet. They can only be eaten next year." Hearing his words, Jiang Hai smiled. Not to mention that the seafood he farmed was not particularly large. If they were to be sold in China, it was estimated that they would only be sold in the 4 restaurants dedicated to Qi Li. Moreover, these things were so attractive that he was reluctant to sell them easily. Naturally, they would be sold to the highest bidder. Holy sh*t, there are so many delicious foods. Oh my God, you are so hateful. Now that you mention it, I feel like I'm about to drool. Hao Fei wiped off his non-existent saliva and said with a look of yearning, "To be honest, there aren't many wild yellow croakers now. They're sold for 1,000 yuan per kilogram in China. The Yangtze River swordfish is even more expensive. But I didn't expect you to have all of them here. You're really hateful. When I left, I just finished eating the remaining lobsters in your manor yesterday. Now I'm hungry again. Stewardess, when can we eat?" Hao Fei sighed helplessly. He looked at Jiang Hai with his small eyes, which made Jiang Hai feel a little scared. After talking for a while, he shouted to the stewardess. When the stewardess heard his words, she also walked over with a puzzled expression and told him that the plane had not taken off yet. They would talk about it after it took off. For this, Hao Fei, this fatty, had no other choice but to be depressed. "Okay, since you support me so much, when you come next time, I'll invite you to my manor to play for a day. You can eat as much as you want." Looking at the fatty's miserable look, Jiang Hai said with a smile. "Really?" Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Hao Fei instantly felt better. He looked at Jiang Hai with excitement and asked seriously, "It's more real than a pearl, but you have to do it when I'm at home." Hearing his words, Jiang Hai also smiled and said to him. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Hao Fei immediately nodded. As a foodie, you can tell from his body shape. His obsession with eating was still quite strong. He knew that Jiang Hai had so much delicious food, but he couldn't eat it. This was killing him. Now, with Jiang Hai's invitation, for him, this was an out-and-out hope. "Then when will you be at home?" Hao Fei's eyes stared at Jiang Hai and said with a face full of desire, "I'm going back to China now. I'll be back in mid-October. I'll also be back during the Chinese New Year. I won't be there at that time, and the fish will be out around March next year. I'll be there at that time. If you want to come to Winthrop again, I think it'll be around March or April." Jiang Hai thought for a while and said to Hao Fei, Boston's winter was still very cold. Most people didn't like to go to the snow during winter. It was just like Ice City. During summer, there was nothing to do in Ice City, but many people came to Ice City. This was because it was cooler in summer and people could come to Ice City to avoid the heat. During winter, there were many things to do in Ice City, but not many people came because it was too cold. It was the same for Winthrop. It was beautiful in winter, but it was too cold. According to Jiang Hai's estimation, there should be about 1,000 tourists in one winter. Chapter 567. When the plane appeared over the Imperial Capital Airport, Jiang Hai was gently woken up from his sleep by the stewardess who walked past him. Someone had stuffed a note beside him. Jiang Hai had always been slow to react to such things, so he didn't care about these things. Along the way, Jiang Hai's time passed quite quickly. This Hao Fei was a chatterbox who kept talking to Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai wasn't bored. Anyway, they were just bragging together. Jiang Hai wasn't very disgusted with such a person. Later, the two fell asleep in their respective chairs. When they woke up, they had already arrived at their destination. After adjusting the seats, the plane slowly descended, followed by the sound of friction between the tires and the ground. The plane also gradually braked and stopped on the road of the Imperial Capital Airport. As the plane landed, all the passengers unfastened their seat belts almost at the same time and began to prepare to pack their things, even if the plane didn't stop properly. This might be a characteristic of the people. Most people's pace of life was very fast, and most things like to be crowded. For example, squeezing in the bus, squeezing in the subway. Even when boarding the plane, it was still crowded to get off the plane. They were afraid of going out later than others. This kind of thing was hard for Jiang Hai to understand. He usually hardly brought anything on the plane, so he didn't need a place to put his luggage. He was just so slow. When the people in the first-class cabin were almost gone, Jiang Hai stood up, picked up his luggage, and left the plane. When walking out of the departure hall, Jiang Hai had already seen Feng Yinshen and AI Xiaoxi from afar. "Hey, Jiang Hai." When Jiang Hai saw them, they also saw Jiang Hai. Feng Yinshen directly raised her arms and waved, and Jiang Hai also smiled and waved his hand. He tightened his backpack and walked in front of the two. When Jiang Hai came in front of the two had already plunged into Jiang Hai's arms. Seeing this scene, the hearts of many men in the waiting room were shattered into pieces. One had to know that when Feng Yinshen and AI Xiaoxi stood here, they instantly captured the hearts of many men. The two women were tall, sweet, and dressed fashionably. It could be said that they were the limit of the beauties that could be seen on the streets. She had an angelic face and a devilish figure. To be honest, her gaze was especially seductive. Those single men would subconsciously glance at them, regardless of whether they had a partner or not. Many people were fantasizing about them, but unfortunately, the two women were just talking to themselves. They didn't look at others, nor did they have any intention of getting to know others. But even if they were just standing there, it was still a beautiful scenery. Now that they saw the two of them jumping into the arms of the same man at the same time, the atmosphere in the departure hall instantly turned sour. "You must be tired. Let's go." Perhaps she was aware of everyone's gaze. AI Xiaoxi's face was still thin. She raised her head first, looked at Jiang Hai with her little red face, and quietly said to Jiang Hai, "Okay, let's go." Patting Feng Yinshen, who was still leaning on him, Jiang Hai also said with a smile. Hearing Jiang Hai say that they were leaving, Feng Yinshen also raised her head, but she still refused to leave Jiang Hai's side. Instead, she continued to hold on to Jiang Hai and followed Jiang Hai to the parking lot. Today, in order to pick up Jiang Hai, Feng Yinshun didn't drive her own small sports car. Instead, she deliberately borrowed an Audi A4 from her colleague. Although this car looked very domineering with 4 cues, Jiang Hai would feel a little aggrieved sitting in this car, but there was no other way. After nestling in the car, Feng Yinshun also started the engine and headed in the direction of their home. On the way, Feng Yinshun and AI Xiaoxi had been talking to Jiang Hai. For them, no matter what Jiang Hai's position was in their hearts, Jiang Hai was the most important. At least, Jiang Hai was the one with the largest proportion. So no matter what they wanted to say, they were willing to talk to Jiang Hai. They talked and laughed all the way. When Jiang Hai reacted, Feng Yinshun had already driven the car into their home. After the car was parked, the 3 of them went directly to the house Feng Yinshun bought here. This was a 2-bedroom, 1 living room in the 3rd ring road of the imperial capital. Usually, Feng Yinshun and AI Xiaoxi lived in their own rooms, but today the rhythm was obviously different. After the 3 of them entered the house, Feng Yinshun didn't say anything. She first wrapped her arms around Jiang Hai's neck and opened her mouth to bite him. "Hey, you're too eager." Feeling Feng Yinshun's movements, Jiang Hai first kissed her for more than a minute before letting go. He patted Feng Yinshun's butt with a smile and said helplessly, "You had a good time in the United States. You don't know how we spent the past 2 months. We had to keep our chastity for you and suppress our needs. Now that you're back, if you don't feed me, you can't leave again." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Feng Yinshun's eyes narrowed and said with a charming face. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai, who was still a little tired because of the flight, instantly drove his tiredness aside. He looked at AI Xiaoxi, who was a little confused, and in her exclamation, he picked up the 2 girls and walked into the nearest room. What happened next didn't need to be described in detail. Of course, the imperial court didn't allow it to be described in too much detail. In the blink of an eye, when Jiang Hai came to Feng Yinshun's house, it was only about 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. When the battle was over, it was already early evening. Feng Yinshun and AI Xiaoxi were lying lazily in Jiang Hai's arms, one on the left and one on the right. The intoxicated expression on their faces hadn't completely faded, and they looked at Jiang Hai with such infatuation. Although Jiang Hai has a lot of problems, has a lot of lovers, is not a firm person, sometimes occasionally makes mistakes, and does things a little melodramatic, but there are 2 things about him that are really likable. One is his character. Of course, character needs to be supplemented by money. The second is his combat power in this area, which really makes Feng Yinshun and AI Xiaoxi unable to stop themselves. "You bad guy, you're getting worse and worse. Say, did you practice this thing every day when you were in the United States? Otherwise, how could it be possible for you to become bad again in just 2 months?" After patting Jiang Hai, Feng Yinshun finally managed to catch her breath. Okay, I'm a little hungry. I haven't eaten yet. Quickly think about what you want to eat." Hearing Feng Yinshun's words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but smile. There are 2 main reasons why he has become worse. One is because the Dragon Balls have been upgraded again, and the second is because, what Feng Yinshun said is also true. But Jiang Hai can't say this. No matter how stupid he is, he can't hug a girl and talk about his romantic history. How stupid is he? So Jiang Hai wisely chose to change the topic. Feng Yinshun glanced at Jiang Hai, patted Jiang Hai's shoulder, and then slowly sat up and began to tie her hair, probably because she came out earlier. Feng Yinshun was actually very independent. In the past, when she lived by herself, she could clean up, cook, and cook by herself. So now that she was sharing a room with AI Xiaoxi, it was probably to take care of her sister. Usually, when they were at home, she would cook. If they went shopping, the 2 of them would buy it together. AI Xiaoxi would wash the dishes and the like. The 2 of them would also clean up the house together. It could be said that they had a good discussion. After all, AI Xiaoxi also came from a poor family. Although she can't cook, it's not like she can't do anything. The 2 of them get along quite well. In front of Jiang Hai, Feng Yinshun tied up her hair and then directly picked up the short-sleeved t-shirt that Jiang Hai was wearing and put on her body. A woman wearing a man's shirt and t-shirt will always show a special charm. At this time, Feng Yinshan was the same. After wearing it, the 2 points on the top of the moon and the faintly discernible front and back below, plus the 2 slender and straight thighs really made Jiang Hai have an impulse again. Xiaoxi, deal with him, I'm going to cook. Seeing Jiang Hai's dishonest look, Feng Yunshin wrinkled her nose at Jiang Hai, then stretched out her hand to hit Jiang Hai's lower abdomen, and then turned around and left the room. As for AI Xiaoxi, she also got up at this time and lay on Jiang Hai's side. Seeing that she really wanted to move, Jiang Hai immediately stopped her. No, I just did it. If you do it again, I will be weak. Let me rest. Don't worry about it. Pulling AI Xiaoxi up and letting her lie on his chest again, Jiang Hai said to her. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, AI Xiaoxi was like a kitten, lying on Jiang Hai's chest. To be honest, she enjoyed the time alone with Jiang Hai. Thank you very much for coming back. About a few minutes later, AI Xiaoxi whispered to Jiang Hai's chest. Between us, there's no need to say thank you. Hearing AI Xiaoxi's words, Jiang Hai went up and slapped her butt, then said with a smile. His relationship with AI Xiaoxi is not one of saying thank you. And hearing Jiang Hai's words, to be honest, AI Xiaoxi was really moved. The balance in her heart, which was swaying left and right, also deviated a little towards Jiang Hai. Maybe it's not a bad thing to find such a man. Can you tell me about our plans for the next few days? I will be returning to Bing City in November. We don't have much time. Looking at AI Xiaoxi, who was quiet in front of him, Jiang Hai slowly stroked her back and asked her, Why are you going back to Bing City? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, AI Xiaoxi raised her head and asked puzzledly, I have a friend's birthday in November. If you are free, you can go together. Let's talk about our current plans. Looking at AI Xiaoxi, Jiang Hai smiled and said to her, Oh, okay. Hearing Jiang Hai's explanation, AI Xiaoxi's face turned red. Originally, Jiang Hai was just casually saying it, but in AI Xiaoxi's ears, it had a different meaning. Jiang Hai, is he going to introduce me to his friends? Chapter 568. Come and eat. Don't get tired of it. You go to AI Xiaoxi's hometown these few days. You have plenty of time to get tired of it here. Don't act in front of me. After a long time, Feng Yinshan returned to the room again. Looking at Jiang Hai and AI Xiaoxi still kissing each other, she couldn't help but feel a little jealous. She couldn't help but walk over and pat Jiang Hai and AI Xiaoxi's buttocks, and then said unhappily. Hearing her words, AI Xiaoxi couldn't help but blush. She sat up with a smile and began to put on her clothes. As for Jiang Hai, he was much more relaxed. After pulling Feng Yinshan over and kissing her, he stood up with his pants on. Rolling her eyes at Jiang Hai, Feng Yinshan also walked out of the room. Not long after, Jiang Hai and AI Xiaoxi also walked out. At this time, on the table in the living room, 4 dishes and a soup have been placed. 4 dishes, 1 dish, 3 delicacies, 1 dish, Xiran beef, 1 dish, fried shredded potatoes, 1 dish, fried meat with green pepper, and a large bowl of seaweed and egg soup. Looking at these dishes in front of him, Jiang Hai couldn't help but feel hungry. After washing his hands, he sat there. Without waiting for Feng Yinshan to serve him rice, he had already begun to eat. When AI Xiaoxi came out and saw Jiang Hai eating, she was too embarrassed to sit down and eat directly. Instead, she went to help Feng Yinshan get the bowl. As Feng Yinshan and AI Xiaoxi came out with the bowl of rice, Jiang Hai has also tasted these dishes. How is it? Is the taste good? Looking at Jiang Hai eating happily, Feng Yinshan couldn't help but ask. And the taste is quite good. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai said seriously while giving a thumbs up. Damn, it's good to hear. Hearing Jiang Hai say this, Feng Yinshan couldn't help but roll her eyes at Jiang Hai, but she was still happy in her heart. To be honest, she was very happy that Jiang Hai would praise her cooking. The 3 of them sat in front of the table. There was no need for them to give way to each other. The relationship between the 3 of them was not so polite. She picked up her chopsticks and started eating. She had to admit that Feng Yinchen did have the qualifications to be a good wife and mother. This girl was strong. She knew how to do and was willing to do housework. In addition, she and Jiang Hai knew each other very well. If she hadn't made a wrong choice, she would have been a strong contender for the position of female lead. But now, she was willing to be a nobody, and her choice was AI Xiaoxi. All right, this is for you. While the three of them were talking, they ate quickly. There was not much awkwardness between the three of them. Jiang Hai knew their recent life very well, and they also knew Jiang Hai's life very well, although they didn't live together. But they chatted and video chatted with Jiang Hai on WeChat almost every day. They were actually very clear about what Jiang Hai was doing every day. They knew that after Jiang Hai left Huaxia, he went to the Caribbean Sea and fished for tuna there. They also knew that Jiang Hai's manor bought beef again. Of course, the beef they were eating now was sent to them by Jiang Hai. After all, they were his women. After they said that they wanted to eat the beef in Jiang Hai's manor, Jiang Hai sent them a lot of beef. At least, it was enough for them to eat directly when they wanted to eat it. After talking and eating, Jiang Hai took out the 2 necklaces he bought from his backpack and handed them over. After taking the box in Jiang Hai's hand and opening it, the 2 women's eyes lit up instantly. Jiang Hai gave AI Xiaoxi the necklace with the pearl seal as the base and the diamond inlaid necklace because this necklace was the most dazzling. It was also the most suitable age for AI Xiaoxi. Although she was now with Jiang Hai, she was still only 21 years old. The necklace for Feng Yinchen was the platinum diamond necklace, and the broken diamond necklace was prepared for Qi Li. Although they were all made of the same material, the style and workmanship were completely different. The latter was more mediocre, while the former was more dazzling. Women were like birds. They had no resistance to these sparkling things. After seeing these 2 necklaces, the 2 women did not ask for the price. They directly picked them up and admired them in their hands. Compared to AI Xiaoxi, who was still hesitant, Feng Yinchen was much more generous. Her position was a mistress, so naturally, she had to have the awareness of being a mistress. She directly wore it on her neck and showed it to Jiang Hai. Does it look good? Looking at Jiang Hai in front of her with a satisfied look, Feng Yinchen said with a smile. Of course. Hearing Jiang Hai's affirmation, Feng Yinchen also smiled and touched it. Although their income in this line of work may not be ideal, after all, not everyone will sacrifice their body for money. But their vision will not have a problem. She recognized that this was the brand of Tiffany. This brand didn't have many luxury stores in the country. Most of them were Cartier or Swarovski and so on. Of course, this refers to the top jewelry brands. The average girl has a Cartier watch and wears a Swarovski pendant, which is enough to kill everything. The 2 brands, Bulgari and Tiffany, are indeed not well known in China. Except for some top socialites, the average girl does not know much about these 2 brands. But fortunately, Feng Yinchen was not an ordinary girl. She knew that this necklace must be expensive. She did not know how much it was worth in the United States, but in China, it was absolutely impossible to get it without more than 1 million. Although a man spending money for a woman does not show his absolute sincerity, this is also a measure of sincerity. A man is willing to spend money for a woman, but it does not mean that this man must love this woman. But if this man is very clear about everything with this woman, even if he wants to buy a bottle of water, it means that this man absolutely does not love this woman. Living together, frugality is relative, not deliberate. You still have a little conscience. Well, eat quickly and go to bed early after eating. You took a flight for more than 10 hours, and then tomorrow you will take the train for several hours. It is better to rest early. Seeing that Jiang Hai's answer satisfied her, Feng Yinchen also smiled and said, as for AI Xiaoxi, she kept the necklace well. Although she has not been in this circle for a long time, she also knows that this necklace must be very valuable. With her character, it is estimated that it is difficult for her to wear such a necklace, but it is inevitable to keep it. And this time, she did not say thank you to Jiang Hai, because Jiang Hai said that there is no need to say these things between them. By the way, if we leave, what will you do? Are you going back to Bing City for the Mid-Autumn Festival? Looking at Feng Yinshun, Jiang Hai asked with some doubts. To be honest, when he thought of leaving Feng Yinshun here alone, Jiang Hai felt a little apologetic. Me? I haven't thought about it yet. Should I stay here or go back home to Bing City to accompany my dad and mom? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Feng Yinshun curled her lips and said with some uncertainty, "She's indeed a little hesitant now. If you want to go back to Bing City, I will also go back to Bing City in November." Looking at Feng Yinshun in front of him, Jiang Hai thought for a while and said, "It is good to let her go back to Bing City." Hearing that Jiang Hai is also going back to Bing City, Feng Yinshun also asked about it. After explaining that one of his buddies got married, Feng Yinshun thought for a while and decided that it is okay to go back to Bing City. So she immediately used her mobile phone to check the tickets for tomorrow, but unfortunately, the tickets for tomorrow were sold out. After all, there must be a lot of people who want to go back early, but there are still many tickets for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Just as she was wondering whether to buy a ticket back on the Mid-Autumn Festival, Jiang Hai had already bought a ticket for her. What a joke, who is Jiang Hai? Not to mention just a ticket. Even if he wants to charter a plane, he can afford it. After making a phone call, the person in charge of Huaxia at American Express directly got him a first-class ticket. After Feng Yinshun's ID number was reported, this ticket was Feng Yinshun's. This is the power of the black gold card. I didn't expect you to be so useful. Come, sister will reward you tonight. Xiaoxi, pack up your things and quickly go into the house. I can't hold on for long. Seeing that Jiang Hai solved her troubles so easily, Feng Yinshun couldn't help but chuckle. She had to admit that in her opinion, Jiang Hai was also an out-and-out high-quality boyfriend. But unfortunately, she didn't find Jiang Hai earlier, but now it seems that it is not too late. Feng Yinshun took Jiang Hai's hand directly and walked into the room with him. AI Xiaoxi smiled and obediently cleaned up the table and entered the room again. It is probably impossible to rest early tonight. At noon the next day, Jiang Hai, Feng Yinshun, and AI Xiaoxi simply packed up, and the three of them left the house together. Feng Yinshun went to the airport. Jiang Hai and AI Xiaoxi went to the Imperial Capital South Station. After the three of them agreed to meet in Bing City, they went their separate ways. Jiang Hai was still wearing the same outdoor attire. He was carrying a sports backpack with his charger, game console, a few pairs of underwear, and a set of sportswear. If there was anything he needed, he could just buy a new set at any time. Feng Yinshun brought a lot of things. In addition to a hip bag, she even brought a suitcase. Who the hell knew why this woman had to carry a suitcase everywhere she went? Was she moving? Jiang Hai also saw Feng Yinshun's suitcase. It was full of clothes and shoes. Jiang Hai didn't understand it all. It was just a few days. She didn't need to go to a fashion show. Why did she bring so many things? However, Jiang Hai could only help AI Xiaoxi with her wishes. The two took a taxi and came to the Imperial Capital South Station while it was not rush hour. They changed their tickets and entered the station. Chapter 569. Here's our seat. After getting on the train, Jiang Hai and AI Xiaoxi quickly found their seats. After putting AI Xiaoxi's luggage and his own backpack on the upper luggage rack, Jiang Hai and AI Xiaoxi sat in the seats. Jiang Hai and AI Xiaoxi bought business class seats for the train, which were wider and more comfortable than the average B-class seats. Trains were different from ordinary trains. Huaxia might not be ranked high in the world when it came to things like airplanes and cars, but Huaxia was the world's #1 train. Not only was it fast, but it was also of high quality. At present, most of the cooperation between some developing countries and Huaxia relied on high-speed trains as a stepping stone. Speaking of which, trains were much more convenient than other modes of transportation. Not only were they much faster than trains, but they could also connect to the internet on the train. Of course, if the speed was too fast, they could not connect to the internet. However, they could surf the internet and play with their mobile phones here. Inside the train, it was not as boring as going through the security check on an airplane. They could also enjoy the scenery outside. The seats were similar to those on an airplane. Second-class seats were similar to the general economy class. First-class seats were more comfortable than the general economy class. The business class seats were not worse than the general first class seats. Jiang Hai and AI Xiaoxi were now sitting in business class seats. Everyone had their own seat, and they did not have to worry about others occupying their seats. Most importantly, the environment was much better than the train. It was not dirty and messy. Of course, the ticket price of this train was much more expensive than that of the train. For example, second-class seat from the capital to Jianghai's destination, Wei City in Lu Province, cost almost 400 yuan, more than 379 yuan. The business class seats directly cost more than 1,100 yuan. It was really not cheaper than the plane tickets. However, it was indeed more convenient to take this train. The journey was about 6 hours, and it was not particularly far. After getting on the train, Jiang Hai and AI Xiaoxi put their luggage on, then leaned on their seats and played with their mobile phones. AI Xiaoxi also leaned on Jiang Hai's shoulder, looking at the reflection of the two on the phone screen. This should be the first time we've been alone together, and it's been so long. Looking at Jiang Hai's image on the phone screen, AI Xiaoxi whispered. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai also thought about it. It seemed that he had more or less time alone with other people, except for AI Xiaoxi. Oh, well, it wasn't completely absent because on that night they were alone. However, that period of time clearly couldn't be counted in this period of time. After all, the two of them weren't chatting back then, nor were they like this. Yeah. Jiang Hai shook AI Xiaoxi's hand, thought for a moment, and said to her, Well, it feels like a dream. Jiang Hai and I are going back for the Mid-Autumn Festival. I really didn't think about it before. AI Xiaoxi rubbed her head, found a comfortable position, and then said with a serious face. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai didn't know what to say. He could only scratch his head helplessly, then looked outside with her. There were more people getting on the train today, but trains were different from planes. Planes would wait for people and urge them to get on the train, but trains would definitely depart when the time was up, especially for a bullet train like this one. Although there were many people in the carriage today, the bullet train gradually started moving when the time was up. It quickly moved along the track and sped into the distance. Looking at the scenery outside, Jiang Hai and AI Xiaoxi also chatted with each other. AI Xiaoxi was mainly talking, introducing her hometown to Jiang Hai. AI Xiaoxi's hometown was in Wei City, Lu Province, Huaxia. But it wasn't in the downtown area of Wei City, but in a place that was similar to an urban-rural area. This place wasn't far from the beach, and it wasn't very far from the city. It was developed a few years ago, and now it was considered a rural tourist spot. Jiang Hai was going to AI Xiaoxi's hometown today. After the bullet train arrived at Wei City, they still had to take the bus, which took about 2 hours to arrive. According to this time, it would be after midnight by the time Jiang Hai and the others arrived at AI Xiaoxi's house. Therefore, in order to make it easier for them to get there, plus the fact that they still had to buy gifts in Wei City, they decided to stay in Wei City for the night and take the bus to Wei City the next day. Regarding this, AI Xiaoxi naturally listened to Jiang Hai. As the train sped along, Jiang Hai also had a general understanding of Wei City. Wei City was considered a tourist city in the north, but its reputation was not as big as Green City and Lian City. Usually, northerners would go to Lian City and Green City to play. The places in Wei City were, in general, not as good as Green City. Even though the beach here was much better than Lian City, and the expenses here were also much lower than Lian City. However, the number of people who came here to play was much less than Lian City because there weren't any famous attractions here. For those who knew history, Wei City was quite interesting. This was because this city bore the weight of China's lowest point of history during the Qing dynasty. The first Beiyang Navy in China's history originated from this city, and the famous Jiawu Naval War also happened here. After the Jiawu Naval War, one of the 7 sons who returned to the motherland after being taken away by the foreign powers also lived in Wei City. But if you came here to play, the only place to see was Lugong Island, and that was it. If you came here to eat seafood and take a bath, it was indeed a good place, and the prices were cheap. But if you came here to see history and culture, then you might have come to the wrong place. But other than that, Wei City was also a good place to shop. This was because Huaxia was the closest place to Japan and South Korea. That's why many Japanese and South Korean shops were open here. They not only sold food, but they also sold a lot of products from Huaxia. Actually, these products were also from China, but they were labeled with Huaxia's brand. But even so, these products were much cheaper than other places. For example, fishing rods were much cheaper here than other places in China. The same carbon fishing rod was sold for 80 renminbi in Wei City, and it was accompanied by a full set of fishing rods, hooks, lines, etc. But the same fishing rod in Bing City would be sold for 150 renminbi, and in Sichuan, it would be sold for 270 renminbi. This was the difference. That's why it was not a bad idea to buy some fishing rods and bring them back. After all, AI Xiaoxi didn't have Jiang Hai's spirit. After talking with Jiang Hai for a while and looking at the scenery outside, she felt sleepy. She fell asleep in a daze. Jiang Hai just let her lean on him and sat there the whole time. 6 hours passed by quickly. As the sky darkened, the train slowly entered the train station in Wei City. When the train was about to enter the station, Jiang Hai shook AI Xiaoxi gently to wake her up. He then took his luggage and alighted from a train. At the train station, he hailed a taxi and went straight to Wei City's two best hotels, Golden Bay Hotel. After alighting from the taxi, they booked a room for Jiang Hai and Feng Yanchen. This time, Jiang Hai did not bother about extravagance. It was just a normal room with a king-sized bed. After entering the room, they left their luggage there and went for a buffet. After returning to the room, they took a shower. As they had been on the train for a few hours, Jiang Hai was fine. But AI Xiaoxi was exhausted, and Jiang Hai did not continue to torture her. Instead, he hugged her and went to sleep. That night was probably the best sleep Xiaoxi had ever had in her life. That was because the man she loved was hugging her as he slept beside her. Besides, there was no other woman in the room other than her. The next morning, when the sun shone into the room, both of them woke up. Good morning. When Jiang Hai opened his eyes, AI Xiaoxi was looking at him with her big eyes blinking. Good morning. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai also chuckled. Although he and Aphrodite had already done some things that shouldn't have been done, this was the first time a woman said good morning to him when he woke up in the morning. This made Jiang Hai a little emotional. He hugged AI Xiaoxi, and Jiang Hai pulled her into his embrace. But when he hugged her, AI Xiaoxi's face couldn't help but turn red. Because in the morning, cough, all men understand. Do you want me to help you take care of it? AI Xiaoxi whispered into Jiang Hai's ear as she felt the thing hugging her. Forget it. There are still a lot of things to do today. Let's get up. Even though he wanted to, he had to think about it. After all, he still had to visit his in-laws today. If he woke up in the morning and didn't make it in time, it would be troublesome. But while Jiang Hai was a little conflicted, AI Xiaoxi wasn't too conflicted. When she heard Jiang Hai's words, she took the initiative to shrink her body. The fire of war in the morning was ignited just like that. In the blink of an eye, it was almost noon. After Jiang Hai and AI Xiaoxi checked out, they had a meal in this hotel. Then they went to the department store here. Since they were going to visit their in-laws, they had to give gifts. The Huaxia civilization had a long history. So many men came to a conclusion when they went to their in-laws' houses. The first time they went, they had to give gifts. And the gifts had to be carefully chosen. It wasn't cigarettes or alcohol. The standard was 2 bottles of alcohol that cost about 300 yuan, plus a pack of cigarettes that cost about 400 yuan. Zhonghua, Tianzi, Su cigarettes, or something of the same level, and something that cost about 1,000 yuan. This was the standard. If there was really a financial problem, a low-quality gift would be the same, around 600 yuan. For people like Jiang Hai who didn't lack money, naturally a high-quality gift would be the best. Ever since he became rich, the temperament of a nouveau riche was undoubtedly on display. Chapter 570. First, they ordered some alcohol, Maotai, Flying Heaven. 1 bottle cost more than 6,000 yuan. Next, they bought cigarettes, softbox Chunghua, also known as Big Chunghua. 10 cigarettes cost 10,000 yuan. After the cigarettes and alcohol were bought, they were for AI Xiaoxi's father and mother. Next, they bought clothes. Jiang Hai didn't need to buy anything else for her relatives, because in AI Xiaoxi's eyes, there was no need for her relatives to interact with them. During her family's most difficult times, those relatives avoided her family like the plague. Her mother went door to beg them and put in a good word for them. In the end, for the sake of their relatives, these relatives couldn't be ignored and borrowed 300 to 500 yuan each. However, what was the use of such a small amount of money during her family's most difficult times? Whether it was her uncle's family, her aunt's family, or her uncle's family, they were all the same. Yes, it wasn't easy for them to earn money. You couldn't expect them to take the initiative to help you when you were in trouble. After all, their money didn't grow on trees. The money belonged to them. If they wanted to lend it, they could. If they didn't want to, it was fine. Everyone sweeps the snow in front of their own door. Don't ask others to add frost to their roof. This was a famous saying in Huaxia since ancient times. Therefore, AI Xiaoxi also understood this point. However, she still remembered these people. She wasn't rich now, but Jiang Hai was. Even if Jiang Hai's money grew on trees, she didn't want Jiang Hai to spend it on these relatives. People always put themselves in other people's shoes. Jiang Hai wasn't a saint, and neither was AI Xiaoxi. It was that simple. Therefore, Jiang Hai only bought gifts for AI Xiaoxi's parents and her younger brother. He didn't buy anything else. Even so, there was still a large pile of gifts. Looking at these gifts, AI Xiaoxi couldn't help but feel a little annoyed because these things weren't easy to take back. However, before she could finish her annoyance, a Great Wall Haver H9 stopped in front of them. This car is... Looking at the driver who got out of the car and confirmed Jiang Hai's identity, he took the initiative to hand over the keys. AI Xiaoxi couldn't help but feel a little confused. What's going on? Did Jiang Hai buy a car in such a short time? Oh, I rented it. After all, I'm going to your house. It's more convenient to rent a car. Jiang Hai smiled when he heard Xiaoxi's words. Indeed, this car was rented by him. As Jiang Hai said, it was indeed inconvenient to go to AI Xiaoxi's house without a car. Of course, Jiang Hai was not there to show off his wealth. If he was, he would not have rented this car. Although this car was considered not bad in the country, it should be considered one of the better ones among the domestic cars. After all, the fruit car cost 200,000 yuan. However, for Jiang Hai, who had been driving a Shield all year round, this car was really not that good. You're really wasting money. Although she said that, AI Xiaoxi was quite happy that Jiang Hai rented a car. After putting everything in the car, Jiang Hai and AI Xiaoxi also got in the car. Following the direction she pointed, they went to her house. Although today was not the Mid-Autumn Festival, it was the first day of the legal holiday. There were a lot of people going out of the city to play. Even if Wei City was not a particularly big city, there were still some traffic jams on the highway out of the city. The car slowly moved forward. Unknowingly, several hours had passed. When they finished shopping, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It took less than 2 hours to travel by bus. Usually, it would only take about an hour by car. But when Jiang Hai stopped the car in front of AI Xiaoxi's house, it was already 5 o'clock in the evening. As the car stopped in front of the small courtyard, many villagers who were outside at this time looked over. When they saw Jiang Hai and AI Xiaoxi get out of the car, they couldn't help but whisper in a low voice. The AI family was quite famous in this small village. It was mainly because AI Xiaoxi's father was a carpenter passed down from generation to generation. Nowadays, the village was not like the city. Although people would go to the store to buy furniture, sometimes they still liked the solid wood furniture. Therefore, the carpenters in the village were generally very popular. Of course, they were only popular now. If it was 40 or 50 years ago, carpenters would be a strong competitor for the village chief position. AI Xiaoxi's mother was originally a famous flower in this area. AI Xiaoxi was very smart and beautiful since she was young. When she was in junior high school, there were already many people who came to propose marriage. However, AI Xiaoxi's mother rejected them all. She didn't want her daughter to be like the other village women who got married and had children in their teens. She didn't want her daughter to be tied up here for the rest of her life and not be able to go anywhere. Since AI Xiaoxi could learn, she would let her learn well. Later, AI Xiaoxi was indeed very impressive. She was admitted to a good university and went to the capital. However, in the first year of school, her father broke his leg. Her father just recovered, and her mother's leg got a tumor. It wasn't easy for her to make it to the second year of university. Her younger brother in high school was diagnosed with leukemia. Although his bone marrow was changed, he couldn't do any heavy work in the future. He couldn't go to school because of the delay. The whole family was a little confused for a while. Later, she heard from her friend that she went to Feng Yunshin's finance company to make money. After that, things were much simpler. She got to know Jiang Hai and got a sum of money to help her family get through the crisis. Now, because of the money she sent back, her family's life was quite good. It was definitely above average in the small village. It was precisely because of this that the people in the small village knew about AI Xiaoxi's family. They also knew that AI Xiaoxi had found a rich boyfriend outside. They didn't know if it was because they watched too many TV dramas. Perhaps some people were jealous, so gradually, the small village spread that AI Xiaoxi found an old man. He was even older than her father, which brought a lot of pressure to the AI family. However, now that Jiang Hai and AI Xiaoxi got out of the car and acted very close, these rumors were instantly shattered. Holding cigarettes, wine, and some other things, he took out of the car and put them on the ground. Others could see it from afar. What era was it now? The farmer's eyes weren't very sharp. Although they didn't know about some luxury goods, they knew about these good things that they had come into contact with. Mao Tai Flying Heaven and Zhonghua cigarettes instantly made the eyes of several families closer to them turn red. Hey, Xiaoni from the AI family is back. Come and see your parents. At that moment, a woman close to them couldn't help swaying her bucket-like waist. She walked over step by step and said to AI Xiaoxi with a happy face, "Yes, Aunt Lu, I'm back to see my parents." Hearing this person's words, AI Xiaoxi was very calm. She just nodded faintly and walked to the iron gate of the house. As she knocked hard on the door, the sound of dogs barking came from inside. Aunt Lu saw that AI Xiaoxi didn't want to talk to her and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. She glanced at Jiang Hai and found that Jiang Hai was just standing there looking at the scenery around. She couldn't help but twitch her mouth. In her heart, she thought that the AI family was really heartless. They didn't recognize their neighbors when they had money. However, she didn't think about it. As neighbors, she had a lot of conflicts with the AI family. AI Xiaoxi was already giving her face by calling her Aunt Lu. The woman who was rejected swaggered past Jiang Hai and went far away. Who knew who she was gossiping with? At this moment, a young man's voice came from the gate of the AI family. Who is it? Hearing the young man's voice, AI Xiaoxi couldn't help but feel a little excited. Shall we? It's me. However, she still suppressed her excitement and shouted at the gate. Hearing AI Xiaoxi's words, the person inside quickened his pace and quickly came to the gate and opened it. Then, a boy's face that was 60% similar to AI Xiaoxi's appeared at the gate. When he saw that it was AI Xiaoxi, the excitement on his face became even more obvious. It was obvious that the relationship between the siblings was really good. Sis, it's really Sis. Dad, Mom, Sis is back. Seeing AI Xiaoxi's delicate little face, the boy shouted loudly and ran into the house at the same time. However, before he could run back, the sound of footsteps came from the house. An old couple came out of the house. People in the countryside were not as good at maintaining their appearance as people in the city. According to AI Xiaoxi, her parents were in their early 40s. When she was born, her mother was only 19 years old. However, the two of them now looked like they were in their 50s. Time had left traces on their faces. For comparison, Qi Li's mother was in her 50s this year. However, she looked like she was in her 40s. AI Xiaoxi's mother was only 41 years old this year, but she looked like she was in her 50s. Ah, it's really you. You didn't even give us a call when you came back. Really? Are you the only one who came back? Where's your boyfriend? After coming out of the house and seeing that it was really her daughter, Qi Li's mother couldn't help but cry out excitedly. She quickly took a few more steps and came in front of AI Xiaoxi. With a nervous face, she held her hand and asked loudly, "Mom, what are you talking about? Mom, let me introduce you. This is Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai, this is my mom, this is my dad, and this is my brother AI, shall we? Hearing her mother's words, Xiaoxi couldn't help but blush. She immediately pulled her mother's hand and shook it. Then she turned her head and made way for the family of three to notice Jiang Hai outside. She introduced him to the family. Oh, uncle, auntie, shall we? Chapter 571. Hello, hello. Don't stand outside, come in quickly. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, AI Xiaoxi's parents couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. AI Xiaoxi's mother wiped her hands on her apron. Then, she seemed to have thought of something and immediately let Jiang Hai into the house. AI Xiaoxi's father and brother took the initiative to help carry the things. Jiang Hai immediately said that it wasn't necessary. He first lifted the heaviest wine and put some things on top of it. Then, he walked into the small courtyard under AI Xiaoxi's guidance. AI Xiaoxi's father and brother carried the rest of the things in. Look, we came back to celebrate the festival and bought so many things. How extravagant. AI Xiaoxi's parents might not have smoked or drunk these Mao Tai and Shenghua cigarettes, but they knew that these things were very expensive. As soon as they moved in, AI Xiaoxi's mother whispered in a low voice, but it was obvious that she was very happy. It's okay, these don't cost much. It's mainly my goodwill. Hearing AI Xiaoxi's mother's words, Jiang Hai also hurriedly said. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, AI Xiaoxi's mother smiled until her eyes became slits. She had a good first impression of this son-in-law. Mothers-in-law always love their son-in-law. Of course, the son-in-law must first satisfy her requirements. First, he must dote on her daughter. Second, he must have a certain financial foundation. If the girl liked him, it would be even better. In her opinion, this Jiang Hai was very good. In the beginning, she was really afraid that her daughter would be like what the people in the village said. If she found a man in his 70s or 80s, then they would be embarrassed. Now, it seemed that although Jiang Hai was older than her daughter, he should be no more than 30 years old. It was normal for men to be 5 or 6 years older than women. Older men would know how to dote on others, and it seemed that his financial foundation was quite good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here to buy so many good things. Moreover, AI Xiaoxi also said that the money in the house was given by him. Although he said that he borrowed it, he didn't intend to take it back. It was obvious that he didn't lack money. The young man didn't look like someone who would attract attention. He didn't look like the pretty boys that were popular nowadays. He looked very effeminate. He looked tall and strong. Although he wasn't wearing a suit and leather shoes, he was wearing a suit. However, he also looked very clean and capable, which made people feel comfortable looking at him. It could be said that AI Xiaoxi's mother was very satisfied with this first impression. As for Xiaoxi's father, he didn't have much to say. All the good cigarettes and wine were for him. On the other hand, AI Xiaoxi's younger brother was sizing up Jiang Hai curiously. He was quite curious about this brother-in-law who had come to visit them. As for Jiang Hai, while dealing with AI Xiaoxi's mother, he was also looking around the small courtyard. This small courtyard wasn't considered small. It was about 400 to 500 square meters. In the small courtyard, there were 2 single-story houses arranged in an L shape. There was also a huge courtyard. In the corner of the courtyard, there was a small vegetable garden. It could be seen that the vegetables were picked from there. In the courtyard, there were also many tools used by carpenters. There were even some shavings on it now. It seemed that AI Xiaoxi's father was still doing something in the afternoon. AI Xiaoxi's house wasn't completely in the countryside. As mentioned earlier, it was considered an urban-rural area. However, the people here mainly made a living by farming. Of course, AI Xiaoxi's house didn't have much land. Her father was a carpenter, so he usually made a living by doing carpentry. In the nearby villages, her father's craftsmanship was indispensable for all the weddings and funerals. Her father's craftsmanship was indeed very strong. He could make all kinds of cabinets, beds, windows, and even beams. His craftsmanship was quite good. But now, when new houses were being built, they basically used reinforced concrete. For the time being, there was no need to use wood for beams. This place was very close to the sea. If wood was used, it would be very corrosive. Therefore, for many years, Her father hadn't accepted such a business. Only last year, there was a house building a warehouse. The warehouse didn't need good materials, so he was prepared to buy wood to make a beam. When he went to the beam, he slipped and fell from the roof. Although he was fine, his leg was broken. This was the beginning of the AI family's nightmare. But now, although he was still somewhat affected when he walked, AI Xiaoxi's father could move freely. This was indeed a good thing for the AI family. He followed AI Xiaoxi's family into the room in the middle. The layout of AI Xiaoxi's house was somewhat similar to the layout of the city. Of course, one couldn't expect the houses in the countryside to be as clean as the houses in the city. But the floor was tiled. There was a big sofa in the living room. It seemed to be made by AI Xiaoxi's father, because although the style was a little old, it was unusually sturdy. There was a big old TV opposite the sofa. At this time, a certain program was playing on the screen, Run Bar Buddy. Jiang Hai looked over and saw that the whole house was bright and clean. After putting these things next to the kitchen table in the living room, Jiang Hai was pulled to the sofa by AI Xiaoxi's father. You guys go ahead and chat. Xiaoxi and I will cook. Shall we come and help? Seeing Jiang Hai sit down, AI Xiaoxi's mother couldn't help but smile. Then, she pulled AI Xiaoxi into the kitchen. As for AI Xiaohui, who had already sat down, he couldn't help but shake his head and stand up. Although he couldn't do any heavy work now, he still had to do some small things. Of course, AI Xiaoxi and AI Xiaohui also knew that AI Xiaoxi's mother was giving Jiang Hai and AI Xiaoxi's father some time alone. The son-in-law and the father-in-law have to talk after all. Some things need to be said by AI Xiaoxi's father. That's smoking. However, AI Xiaoxi's father was obviously not a person who was good at talking. After sitting for a while, he hesitated for a while, then took out his cigarette and said to Jiang Hai, "Thank you, uncle, I don't." Looking at the cigarette handed over, Jiang Hai gently pushed it away and said with a smile, "Don't smoke? Well, good, it's good not to smoke. It saves money and is good for the body." Hearing that Jiang Hai doesn't smoke, AI Xiaoxi's father nodded seriously. Not smoking is indeed a good habit. Then, he took out a general and put it in his mouth. After taking a deep breath, AI Xiaoxi's father asked Jiang Hai, "That, little Jiang, can I call you that?" Looking at Jiang Hai, AI Xiaoxi's father asked him with a smile. Of course, of course." Hearing AI Xiaoxi's father's words, Jiang Hai also nodded. He didn't mind being called that. "I heard from my daughter that you were born in the year of the dragon." Seeing that Jiang Hai was easy to talk to, AI Xiaoxi's father continued, "Well, I was born in the year of the dragon, 8 years old." Hearing his words, Jiang Hai also responded, "There is nothing to hide. It's good to be born in the year of the dragon. Long Wang." "Ha! I heard from that last that you are from Bing City. But that last did not tell me where you are working. How are your parents at home?" Seeing that Jiang Hai answered, AI Xiaoxi's father continued to ask, "Well, I'm from Bing City. My parents have passed away a few years ago. Now, I'm the only one left in the family. As for work, my main workplace is in the United States. I have a manor there and raise some cows and fish." Hearing AI Xiaoxi's father's words, Jiang Hai also said truthfully, "Oh, in the United States? That's very far away." Hearing that Jiang Hai was in the United States, AI Xiaoxi's father couldn't help but frown. This made him a little uncertain. In his opinion, Jiang Hai was in the United States, and he wasn't working for others. He had a manor of his own. He wasn't sure how much money he could make by raising cows and fish in the United States. But thinking about it, although Jiang Hai's family situation was better than his, they shouldn't be particularly rich. Most importantly, Jiang Hai's business was in the United States. He didn't work for others, and he could come back when he worked. But he had started his own business there, and it wasn't easy for him to come back. This meant that if his daughter married Jiang Hai in the future, she would also have to settle down in the United States. At that time, the sky was high and the emperor was far away. If anything happened, they wouldn't know. As parents, especially after they got older, no one was willing to let their children be too far away from them. Although he still had a son at home, their daughter was going to be so far away. They didn't feel comfortable in their hearts. But as the saying goes, children and grandchildren have their own blessings. They couldn't care so much as long as their daughter was willing to go. Well, it's on the other side of the world, but it's convenient now. It's only a dozen hours by plane. If you have time, Uncle and Auntie can come to my place. My place is pretty good. Hearing AI Xiaoxi's father's words, Jiang Hai touched his nose. He wasn't stupid, so he naturally understood. But his roots were there, and he couldn't be brazen about it. Well, speaking of raising cows, don't look at me as someone who has never raised one before. There are many people in the surrounding villages who raise cows. Xiaoxi's second uncle's family raises cows. They raise a total of 5 cows. Each cow produces milk and can earn more than 10,000 yuan a year. The profits from these things are still very rich. Although he had some knowledge of Jiang Hai's work, how should he put it? He wasn't very satisfied, but since it was Jiang Hai's first time here, AI Xiaoxi's father couldn't say too much. So after pondering for a while, he took the initiative to change the topic. Well, yes, cows are quite profitable. In fact, it wasn't only domestic cows that were valuable. Naturally, overseas cows were also valuable. The so-called cows, the kind with black and white flowers, were called Dutch cows. This kind of cows could be found all over the world. Beef cattle might be divided into different grades, but generally speaking, cows weren't too different. This was because they were basically Dutch cows. Although many cows were also used for meat, labor, and milk, or both, their milk was indeed a little inferior compared to Dutch cows. Chapter 572. Then what kind of cattle do you raise? Hearing that Jiang Hai also knew about cows, AI Xiaoxi's father couldn't help but ask eagerly. Oh, I raise beef cattle. I also have a few cows, but they only provide milk to the people in my manor. They don't sell milk. Hearing her father's words, Jiang Hai thought for a moment and said to AI Xiaoxi's father, Beef cattle? That's also worth some money, right? How many do you raise? In China, the price of beef cattle was far lower than that of cows. An adult cow could be sold for 30,000 to 50,000 renminbi, while a calf was only worth 5,000 to 8,000 renminbi. There was no other way. The meat from beef cattle sold in China couldn't be sold at a high price. For example, the top beef cattle in Huaxia, known as the best breed of beef cattle in Huaxia, Lucy Yellow cattle, was listed in the National Livestock and Poultry Genetic Resources list of key protected breeds. An adult bull could grow up to 700 kilograms. The slaughter rate was 50%, which meant that after killing it, one could get 350 kilograms of beef, which was 700 kilograms. According to the average wholesale price of beef of 20 renminbi, 30 renminbi in a market or supermarket, the price of an adult Lucy Yellow cattle was about 14,000 renminbi. This was after deducting the cost of the calf, labor, grass and corn, slaughtering, tax, etc. A beef cattle in Huaxia could only earn a few thousand RMB, which was really not much. Therefore, in the eyes of AI Xiaoxi's father, beef cattle were indeed far worse than cows. More than 20,000. Hearing her father's words, Jiang Hai didn't hide it, nor did he tell him how good his cattle were. If he said this, it would sound like he was bragging, so Jiang Hai decided to save it for later. Wow! Hearing Jiang Hai's words, AI Xiaoxi's father couldn't help but tremble. Although beef cattle weren't worth much in his heart, an adult beef cattle was worth at least 10,000 renminbi. More than 20,000 of them. That would be more than 200 million renminbi. In an instant, Jiang Hai, who in his eyes only had a little money, became a billionaire. From the looks of it, she didn't have to worry about her children's finances anymore. You're really young and promising. Feeding cows every day must be very tiring. Although money wasn't omnipotent in this world, it was impossible to do anything without money. After learning that Jiang Hai was financially strong, AI Xiaoxi's father was relieved. It's okay because I hired some professional cowboys, so it's not bad. I'm mostly responsible for decision-making, such as selling cattle. Hearing AI Xiaoxi's father's words, Jiang Hai also briefly introduced the situation. Just like that, the two of them chatted for about half an hour. Then, AI Xiaoxi's mother called for them to eat. As AI Xiaoxi's younger brother, AI Xiaowei, put down the table, Jiang Hai and AI Xiaoxi's father walked to the table and sat down. Then, the three of them began to serve the dishes one after another. Originally, they didn't prepare much delicious food today. After all, they didn't know that Jianghai would come today. Fortunately, tomorrow was the Mid-Autumn Festival. For the festival, they prepared a lot of food at home. They just had to cook now. In just a short while, the dishes were all ready. When Northeasterners ate, they paid attention to the number of dishes. They wanted 2 dishes, not single. 6 dishes meant 6 smooth, 8 dishes meant good luck, 10 dishes meant 10 beautiful, and so on. In fact, this custom was passed down from Lu province. After all, during the previous dynasty, there weren't many people in the 3 northeastern provinces. Although it was the place where the Manchurian Qing dynasty made its fortune, there were still many people in the 3 northeastern provinces. But after obtaining the Central Plains, the Manchurian Qing dynasty actually looked down on the areas outside the Great Wall. They thought that it was cold and not suitable for survival. It could be seen from the Treaty of Nerchinsk that the Manchurian Qing dynasty and the Russians signed that they didn't care much about the development of the Northeast. The northernmost Heilong province in the Northeast was the place where criminals were sent to in ancient times. This could be seen in many movies and TV series. There are often people who said that they were sent to Ninguda. These 3 words were actually not a place name, but a literal translation from Manchurian. In fact, it actually referred to the 3 northeastern provinces. At the beginning of the previous dynasty, there were very few people in the 3 northeastern provinces. Therefore, the government of the previous dynasty had organized a lot of people to go to Guangdong. Lu province was a big province with a large population, so there were quite a lot of people from Lu province. It was because of these people that many people in the 3 eastern provinces had their ancestral homes in Lu province. Lu province's customs had also spread to the 3 eastern provinces. It was the same for the number of dishes one had to eat. Although today was the first time Jianghai came and the AI family didn't prepare anything, AI Xiaoxi's mother still prepared 8 dishes. A large plate of potato and pork ribs was stewed in a pressure cooker. Otherwise, it wouldn't be cooked so quickly. A plate of vinegar jellyfish skin, a plate of bean braised pork, a plate of braised Spanish mackerel, a plate of shrimp and spinach scrambled eggs, a plate of hot kohlrabi, a plate of spicy fried clams, and a large bowl of tofu ball soup. Looking at the full plate of food in front of him, Jianghai couldn't help but feel hungry. Although Xiao Yu made delicious food for him every day when he was in the United States, he hadn't eaten such home-cooked food for a while. Creatures like humans were spoiled. In the past, Jianghai didn't even look carefully at what abalones, sea cucumbers, and lobsters looked like. Now, he was a little tired of eating them and wanted to try the taste of these home-cooked dishes. Come, let's eat. Don't look at the food. Even if you look, it won't enter your stomach. Xiao Jiang, you don't have to be so polite here. Treat it as your own home. Looking at the food, Jianghai was really hungry. Seeing that Jianghai seemed to be interested in her dishes, AI Xiaoxi's mother was also very happy. As a cook, there was nothing happier than seeing someone like her cooking. After everyone sat down, AI Xiaoxi's mother started to instruct everyone to eat. AI Xiaoxi's brother went to the fridge and took out a few bottles of beer. People from Lu province also liked to drink beer. It was similar to the people in Bing City. The brand of beer was also Lu province's local brand, Green City. Jianghai had drunk this brand of beer in the past. The taste was not bad, and he could accept it. Jianghai opened the beer and poured it into a glass. After everyone drank a glass, Jianghai couldn't wait to pick up his chopsticks and eat a clam. Clams were actually a kind of shellfish. People who didn't live in the coastal areas or didn't eat seafood often didn't know much about this kind of food. However, people who often ate seafood wouldn't be unfamiliar with this kind of food. There were 3 kinds of clams. The biggest and most expensive was the yellow clam, followed by the flowery clam and the white clam. Compared to the yellow clam, the flowery clam and the white clam were much cheaper. They were sold in some restaurants in Lian City. Flower clams were sold at 1 renminbi per 500 grams. Of course, there was a limited supply, but even if one were to buy it, it would not cost more than 3 renminbi. Flower clams could also be found in the Atlantic Ocean, but Jianghai and the rest did not eat a lot of them. Now that he had eaten this clam, it tasted pretty good. The only problem was that it was slightly salty. Shandong cuisine was salty, and because AI Xiaoxi's family lived in the urban-rural area, the people there would cook salty dishes. First, it was because the salty dishes could be stored for a long time, and they were not afraid of spoiling. Secondly, it was because they needed to work, so eating salty food would give them strength. As for health, in their opinion, it wasn't very important. Therefore, when Jiang Hai ate it, it was a bit too salty. Seeing Jiang Hai's appearance, AI Xiaoxi couldn't help but smile. She was also a bit confused just now. She forgot to tell her mother to make the dishes a bit lighter. It seems that Jiang Hai couldn't stand it anymore. Come, have some soup. Seeing Jiang Hai's chopsticks slow down, AI Xiaoxi took the initiative to serve Jiang Hai a bowl of soup. Then, she smiled and said to Jiang Hai. After drinking a mouthful of soup, Jiang Hai looked at AI Xiaoxi and gave her a gratified look. At least the soup was not too salty. After eating a few mouthfuls of dishes to fill his stomach, Jiang Hai began to drink with AI Xiaoxi's father. He could not stand the dishes, but he could still drink the wine. AI Xiaoxi's father obviously had some good wine. Although they weren't drinking white wine, and it wasn't satisfying, drinking some wine with Jiang Hai was still very happy. For a while, the atmosphere at the table was very good. But sometimes, the atmosphere was too harmonious, and some people would come to make trouble, just like now. Brother, sister-in-law, I heard that Xiaoxi brought her boyfriend back. Just when the family was eating happily, a slightly sarcastic voice suddenly came from outside. Then, 4 people came in from outside. The 4 people were 2 men and 2 women. Their age should be about the same as AI Xiaoxi's parents. When they walked into the courtyard, the leading woman shouted loudly. Hearing their voices, the big yellow dog that had been lying in the courtyard couldn't help but pricked up its ears and barked at them. However, these people had obviously ignored the big yellow dog and walked straight towards them. The dogs in the countryside were divided into 2 types. One was called a dog, and the other was a watchdog. Called dogs were like the one in AI Xiaoxi's house. They could bark loudly, but their fighting power was very weak. Sometimes, they could not even defeat a mouse. Its only function was to call out loudly when an outsider entered the house to inform the owner or the neighbors. The other type of dog was a watchdog. This type of dog was very fierce. It would bite people if they did not call out to them. However, it was rare to have this type of dog. It was obviously not the first time these 4 people came to AI Xiaoxi's house. They ignored the big dog and walked straight into the room. When they saw AI Xiaoxi's family and Jiang Hai sitting there, their eyes revealed a trace of disdain. Chapter 573. Hey, big brother, this is the first time Xiaoxi's boyfriend came to our house. But you didn't invite us. What's the meaning of this? As soon as they walked into the house, the woman in the lead said bitterly. While talking, she sat straight on the sofa in the living room, and the 3 people who followed her and did the same. As soon as the 2 men walked in, they saw the alcohol and cigarettes in the corner. Their eyes couldn't help but light up. They picked up a pack of cigarettes and didn't treat themselves as outsiders at all. They directly opened the pack and took out a box from inside. After opening it, each of them took a cigarette, but the pack of cigarettes wasn't put back, but directly under one of their arms. Another woman went straight to the family and looked at the table with a funny face. What are you doing here? Looking at the appearance of these people, AI Xiaoxi was still young after all, so he couldn't help but stand up with a gloomy face. But before he finished speaking, AI Xiaoxi's father waved his hand, telling him to shut up. Lao San and Lao Si are here. Have you eaten yet? Looking at the 4 people in front of him, AI Xiaoxi's father slowly stood up and nodded to the man with the cigarette and the woman who walked over. We didn't eat at your house, and you didn't invite us to your house either, right? If we didn't hear your neighbor's words, we wouldn't have come. After all, we watched Xiaoxi grow up. We can't let her suffer such a loss, right? Looking at AI Xiaoxi's father in front of her, the woman who walked over smiled and said softly. Hearing her words, even Jiang Hai's brows wrinkled. Did these guys come here to pick a fight? At this time, he couldn't help but look at AI Xiaoxi beside him and found that her face was also very ugly. The one with the cigarette is my father's younger brother, my 3rd uncle. My father has 3 brothers. My first uncle passed away early. My aunt and a cousin have moved to the city. Now, only my father and my 3rd uncle are here. The one sitting on the sofa is my 3rd aunt. The one standing and talking is my father's younger sister, my youngest aunt. The one standing over there is my uncle. Noticing Jiang Hai's gaze, AI Xiaoxi began to introduce them. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai was a little confused. Since they were relatives, why did she sound so rude? If you want to eat, then eat. If you don't want to eat, then leave. Like you said, we didn't invite you here. AI Xiaoxi's mother put down her chopsticks, stood up, and said coldly when she saw that her old man was embarrassed. Oh, second sister-in-law, why are you throwing a tantrum? We live in the same village and are relatives. We see each other frequently. Your words are hurtful. Hearing AI Xiaoxi's mother's tough retort, the woman sitting on the sofa couldn't help but say bitterly. This woman was AI Xiaoxi's 3rd aunt. It seemed that she was really troublesome. So you still know that we are relatives. Relatives, our son-in-law is coming today. What are you doing here? Looking at these people in front of her, AI Xiaoxi's mother couldn't help but put on a straight face and said unhappily. AI Xiaoxi's father just stood there. There were some words that he couldn't say. Although it would be seen as being afraid of his wife, if no one in their family said these words, wouldn't they be bullied to death? Hearing AI Xiaoxi's mother's words, the woman just smiled and said disdainfully, "Son-in-law? Where did this son-in-law come from? I don't admit that the guy sitting over there is Xiaoxi's son-in-law. The only person who can be Xiaoxi's husband is young Master Lu. Not just anyone can sit there." Hearing AI Xiaoxi's mother's words, the 3rd aunt stood up with a sarcastic face and looked down at Jiang Hai condescendingly. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai was a bit confused. How could he be involved in this matter? To put it bluntly, this is our family's business. What does it have to do with you? If you want to eat, then sit down. If you don't want to eat, then get lost. Hearing the 3rd aunt's words, AI Xiaoxi's father's face turned ugly. He slammed the table and said to the 4 people in front of him, "I say, second brother, this is your fault. We are your biological brothers and sisters. Would we harm Xiaoxi? Letting Xiaoxi marry young Master Lu is the best choice. It's in our village. It's better to know her background than to let her marry this guy of unknown origin. Let me see what they gave. Oh, Mao Tai? What Zhonghua? Have you seen Mao Tai before? You bought it? You're really puffing yourself up at your own cost." Hearing AI Xiaoxi's father's words, the woman sneered. Looking at the cigarettes and alcohol on the table, she couldn't help but kick the paper box over there. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai was stunned. Where did their confidence come from? Well, sometimes the confidence of these people came so suddenly. Without saying a word, these people immediately started to act pretentious. Jiang Hai was a little unprepared. "I know better than you what kind of person Lu Laosan is. I also know better than you what kind of bad seed his son is. Stop making sarcastic remarks. You're not marrying your daughter. Let me tell you, this is fine. It's Xiaoxi's choice to marry. It has nothing to do with anyone." AI Xiaoxi's father waved his hand and said directly. Hearing AI Xiaoxi's father's words, the 4 people couldn't help but be speechless. "Second brother, I don't want to criticize you, but you should be more sensible. Listen to others' advice and eat your fill. You won't have a good ending if you're so stubborn." At this time, AI Xiaoxi's 3rd uncle finished smoking a cigarette and directly threw the cigarette, but on the ground, completely ignoring the ashtray next to him. Seeing this, AI Xiaoxi's family was very angry. After throwing away the cigarette, but he couldn't help but sneer and say to AI Xiaoxi's father, "I'm not hungry right now, and I don't need your help. Scram." Hearing AI Xiaoxi's 3rd uncle's words, her father's face turned even uglier. This was his biological brother. Not only did biological brothers treat each other with respect, he even came here to threaten him. "Fine, you're the second brother. If you tell us to scram, we'll scram. But, brat, you're not my second brother. If I were you, I'd pack up and leave immediately. Otherwise, we can't guarantee your safety." Hearing AI Xiaoxi's father's words, AI Xiaoxi's 3rd uncle waved his hand, indicating that it was about time. He directly led the 4 people out But before he left, he looked at Jiang Hai and said condescendingly to Jiang Hai. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai laughed. Although he didn't bring bodyguard back this time, he hadn't seen anyone who dared to threaten him like this in a long time. Let's go. Seeing Jiang Hai's disdainful smile, AI Xiaoxi's third uncle couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. This family is crazy. He didn't say anything and waved his hand to leave. But before he could step out of the door, he was stopped by someone. Wait. Hearing Jiang Hai's voice, the four people couldn't help but stop. They watched as Jiang Hai slowly stood up. What? Have you thought it through? Seeing Jiang Hai stand up and walk over, these people couldn't help but laugh. They thought that Jiang Hai had thought it through. But when he walked over, Jiang Hai directly pulled out the cigarette in his hand. I brought this for my uncle. It has nothing to do with you. In that box, take it out. Throwing the cigarette on the sofa, Jiang Hai said with a gloomy face. Since the other party was riding on his head, Jiang Hai wasn't going to be easy to deal with. What if I don't take it? Hearing that Jiang Hai didn't give him any face, AI Xiaoxi's third uncle's eyes almost popped out. He straightened his neck and said with a tough face. But unfortunately, before he could finish, Jiang Hai directly lifted him up. Hey, what are you doing? How dare you? Someone, come and kill him. Seeing that Jiang Hai lifted AI Xiaoxi's third uncle up, the other three people on the other side shouted. But unfortunately, it was useless. Jiang Hai stood there with a height of more than 9 meters. These people only shouted but didn't dare to make a move. Jiang Hai held AI Xiaoxi's third uncle and shook his head, forcibly shaking the box of cigarettes in his body to the ground. The 2 cigarettes you took, I'll treat it as feeding the dogs. Get lost. Seeing that the box of cigarettes fell out, Jiang Hai didn't say anything and directly threw him into the yard. With a bang, the man fell heavily. After Jiang Hai picked up the box of cigarettes, he looked at the 4 people coldly and said in a cold voice. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the remaining 3 people couldn't help but look away. Fine, I'll consider you ruthless. I hope you can always be this ruthless. Don't run away with your tail between your legs. Just you wait. Second, you actually helped an outsider beat up your own brother. From today onwards, don't blame me for not caring about brotherhood. You're going to be unlucky. At this time, AI Xiaoxi's third uncle stood up while holding his waist, and then said to Jiang Hai with a face full of anger. Of course, this was just a clamor before leaving. Jiang Hai took a step forward and scared the 4 people. Then, with the help of the other 4 people, he left AI Xiaoxi's house with his tail between his legs. Watching the 4 people leave, Jiang Hai also turned his head and threw the box of cigarettes on the coffee table. But at this time, the lively dinner table became quiet. That, little Jiang, I'm really sorry that you had to see this scene. Seeing Jiang Hai looking over, AI Xiaoxi's mother couldn't help but wipe her hands and said somewhat embarrassedly. It was said that dirty linen should not be aired in public, but now, it's okay, it's okay. Every family has a few bad relatives. It's okay. Hearing AI Xiaoxi's mother's words, Jiang Hai hurriedly waved his hand and said with a smile that it's okay. But after hearing his words, AI Xiaoxi's parents and her brothers still frowned. Only AI Xiaoxi didn't take it to heart, because her parents didn't know how powerful Jiang Hai was. But she knew, so she wasn't worried at all, whether it was official or private. At this time, she was still eating, minding her own business. For the rest of the meal, everyone obviously had no appetite. Jiang Hai couldn't eat because it was too salty. AI Xiaoxi's parents and brother couldn't eat because of this incident. How much could AI Xiaoxi eat? There were a lot of dishes left on the last table. After dinner, AI Xiaoxi's mother asked AI Xiaoxi and Jiang Hai to go out for a walk and enjoy the scenery here, while they cleaned up the table. Chapter 574. Jiang Hai and AI Xiaoxi walked side by side on the country road. The breeze blew gently in the fields, lifting AI Xiaoxi's long hair and brushing it against Jiang Hai from time to time. Feeling her hair, Jiang Hai didn't say anything. He just smiled and gently pulled AI Xiaoxi's long hair, which made her roll her eyes. Your place is really beautiful. Looking at her, Jiang Hai once again looked at the surrounding scenery. He had to admit that AI Xiaoxi's hometown was developed into a farmhouse for a reason, because it was really beautiful. According to the lyrics, there were mountains, rivers, and forests. Although the place was not big, the appearance was quite good. There were nearly 100 families in the whole village, so it was not a small village. To the east of the village was the Yellow Sea, but the beach here was very short and full of gravel. It was difficult to develop it into a bathing place. In addition, there were many reefs, so there was no problem to play in the water here. It was not enough to be a scenic spot, but the scenery of the sea was not discounted here. In addition, in the south of the small village, there was a reservoir. There was a small stream flowing down from there, making the nearby freshwater resources very rich. However, the drinking water here was not very good. After all, the freshwater was mixed with seawater, and the taste was somewhat strange. To the north of the village was a forest. It was because of this forest that the soil erosion of the village was not serious. To the south of the village was a road, and on the other side of the road was a piece of farmland. It was now autumn. The farmland was golden, and it was really beautiful. Several provinces in Huaxia had their own leading agricultural projects. For example, in Jiang Hai's story, the Heilong province was a big grain-producing province. The output of rice, wheat, and corn was the highest in the country. The annual grain output of the Heilong province alone was enough to feed the people of Huaxia for 3 months. The 3 provinces in the northeast were basically the same. The land of the Songmen Plain was very fertile, unlike the Central Plains, which had lost its fertility after thousands of years of reclamation. Unlike the current northeast, the fertility was quite strong. Aside from the 3 northeastern provinces, Lu Province was also a major agricultural province. However, the grain produced was different from the 3 northeastern provinces. Fruits from Lu Province might not be good in the south. After all, in Nanyun and the other provinces in the south, the red soil was specially used for growing fruits. Because of this kind of soil, fruits were very sweet and ripened quickly due to the high temperature. However, in the north, Lu Province's fruits were the best in the world. Almost all the fruits in the north were transported from Lu Province, especially after winter. Lu Province's fruits and vegetables were the main source of supply for the north, and, at the same time, it was also the source of export. For example, most of the vegetables and fruits from Japan and South Korea are imported from Lu Province. Of course, the requirements are much stricter. That's for sure. Haven't you heard of the saying that a person's condition depends on the person's temperament? Look at how pretty I am. You know that our place must be beautiful. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, AI Xiaoxi also smiled. Originally, Jiang Hai's shyness and avoidance when he saw her gradually disappeared after returning here. Looking at Jiang Hai, AI Xiaoxi said with a smile. Hearing AI Xiaoxi's words, Jiang Hai smiled, took her hand, and said to her, "Well, my beautiful girl, tomorrow you must remember to tell your old mother not to put so much salt in the dishes." "Yes, I know." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, AI Xiaoxi also said with a smile. "Speaking of which, that young Master Lu, who the hell is he? Your ex-boyfriend?" Looking at AI Xiaoxi's appearance, Jiang Hai hesitated for a moment. He felt that it was better to ask clearly, otherwise, it would be a thorn in his heart. "No, I'm not blind. That young Master Lu is called Lu Zheng, the son of Lu Laosan, the village chief of our village. He was a bad guy when he was young. I went to primary school with him and went to junior high school together. When we were in junior high school, he pursued me. Later, after I graduated from junior high school and went to high school in the city, he even asked his father to come to my house to propose marriage, but my father rejected him. Later, after I graduated from high school and went to university, I thought this matter was over, but I didn't expect that when I came back last year when something happened to my family, I met him again. In the end, he kept pestering me. But I heard you ask about him. Are you jealous?" Hearing that Jiang Hai cared about young Master Lu, AI Xiaoxi naturally didn't think that Jiang Hai was afraid. What a joke! When Jiang Hai was abroad, he dared to hold a gun and fight with the Gray Gang. Why would he be afraid of a village chief? Moreover, She also heard that Jiang Hai had some connections with the higher-ups. Since he wasn't afraid, then Jiang Hai might ask now because he was jealous. A little bit. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai rubbed his nose. There was nothing to deny. He was very domineering. Don't worry, in life, I'm your woman, and in death, I'm also your woman, unless you don't want me anymore. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, to be honest, Ai Xiaoxi was very touched, although she was still a little unsure about her relationship with Jiang Hai. But as she said, unless Jiang Hai didn't want her, otherwise, she was still very willing to be by Jiang Hai's side. I definitely won't abandon you. Feeling the feelings of the girl beside him, Jiang Hai pulled her into his arms. The two of them walked on the small path in the field, leaning against each other as they walked. At this moment, the two of them seemed to have opened their hearts and thoughts. Next, Ai Xiaoxi told Jiang Hai about her relatives. Ai Xiaoxi's family had a total of 5 relatives. Her father originally had 3 relatives, her eldest uncle, her third uncle, and her youngest aunt. But her eldest uncle passed away in an accident a long time ago. She heard that there was a mining factory nearby, and someone wanted to open a mine and recruit miners. In the end, her eldest uncle went there, but in less than 3 months, the mine collapsed, and her eldest uncle never came back. About 10 years ago, her aunt sold the house and brought her cousin to town. A few years ago, Qian Lai and Qingming would still come back to visit, but 5 or 6 years ago, she stopped coming back. It was said that she had married someone else, and she didn't want to have any contact with this place anymore. As for her third uncle and her youngest aunt, they were 2 idiots and 2 henchmen. Her third uncle responded to the town's call and bought a few cows to raise at home. In a year and a half, he earned about 60 to 70,000 yuan. With this kind of money, he could be considered a high-income group in the small village. The reason why he fawned on village head Liu was because the only milk station in the village was run by village head Liu's nephew. In order to earn more money, what was the point of selling a niece? Especially when her third aunt was on the side. Her sister-in-law was mainly doing this because her sister-in-law was helping out in the grain field of the village head's family. It could be considered as working there. If she didn't curry favor with the village head, who else would she curry favor with? In order to earn more money, these 2 families were willing to sell anyone, let alone relatives. In addition, Ai Xiaoxi had 3 relatives on her mother's side. They were her eldest uncle, her aunt, and her youngest uncle. They were also very snobbish and stingy. When her mother married into the family, her family didn't agree, so they had a falling out. Over the years, things gradually eased up, but it wasn't over yet. Ai Xiaoxi's family was in trouble. Ai Xiaoxi's mother went to borrow money, and in the end, the 3 families came back with 1,000 yuan. At the same time, they directly blocked Ai Xiaoxi's mother out of the door, as if she didn't exist. They were very snobbish. Because of this, Ai Xiaoxi's relationship with the 5 relatives on her side was quite bad. At most, she didn't have any contact with her uncle and aunt, but on her uncle and aunt's side, there was the problem of pimping. Listening to Ai Xiaoxi's words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but sigh. The world was really too kind. Hearing what she said, Jiang Hai couldn't help but think of his relatives. When he was at his most helpless, these people chose to stand by and watch. This was also the reason why Jiang Hai didn't plan to give them a single cent after he became rich. Even if one of them lent a helping hand, it wasn't to burden the other party too much, even if it was just to do their best. Now that Jiang Hai was rich, he definitely wouldn't forget their kindness. But they didn't. Sometimes, relatives were like this. When you needed them, they would disappear. When you didn't need them, they would appear. Of course, not all relatives in the world were bad. It was just that Jiang Hai and Ai Xiaoxi were unlucky to meet such relatives. Now, Ai Xiaoxi had Jiang Hai's help, and back then, Jiang Hai could be considered to have sold his body with Qi Li's help. Thinking of this, Jiang Hai unconsciously thought of Qi Li. Qi Li's frosty face that had never melted in 10,000 years in his heart had unknowingly changed into another appearance. If it's possible, I'd better settle things with Qi Li as soon as possible. If she wasn't my wife, she's still a friend worth making. Although he was holding Ai Xiaoxi in his arms, Jiang Hai's thoughts had already drifted back to Ice City, where he and Qi Li had made a promise. Just as Jiang Hai and AI Xiaoxi were immersed in this warm feeling, a voice suddenly sounded. Xiaoxi. Hearing this voice, Jiang Hai and AI Xiaoxi couldn't help but turn around. Then, a young man came into the sight of Jiang Hai and AI Xiaoxi. This young man looked to be about 20 years old. He still looked very energetic, but there was a sense of decadence on his body. It was obvious that he was a college student who hadn't graduated yet. When he looked at AI Xiaoxi, in addition to a trace of joy, there was also annoyance, pity, regret, excitement, and so on. All kinds of emotions were mixed together. The way he looked at AI Xiaoxi seemed to melt her. But when he looked at Jiang Hai, his eyes were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. He couldn't wait to bite Jiang Hai to death. Chapter 575. Jiang Hai is very sure that he doesn't know this young man, and this young man is now hating him so much. There is only one possibility. It's because of AI Xiaoxi. He has to admit that AI Xiaoxi is very beautiful. Plus, these days, she has been eating Jiang Hai's beef every day, plus the company's regular physical classes and so on, making her even more outstanding, so it's natural for her to be envied. This is that lose something. Looking at the person in front of him, Jiang Hai asked AI Xiaoxi who was beside him. No, this is Yu Hongji, my college classmate. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, AI Xiaoxi smiled and shook her head, saying very plainly. It could be seen that in her eyes, Yu Hongji has already been put aside. This is just an acquaintance. College classmate? Oh, I'm just a classmate now. Hearing AI Xiaoxi's words, Yu Hongji muttered a little absent-mindedly. He really can't imagine that he is just a classmate. If you want to say it like that, there's also a high school classmate. After thinking for a moment, AI Xiaoxi said to Jiang Hai again, Let me introduce myself. My name is Yu Hongji, AI Xiaoxi's boyfriend. Used to be, still is, and will be her husband in the future. Walking down the aisle with her, the only person who can give her happiness is me. So I ask you to leave her side immediately. Taking a deep breath, this person named Yu Hongji looked at Jiang Hai with a serious face and said. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai smiled. It seems that he still has a lot of love rivals. Sorry, I don't think you can give AI Xiaoxi any happiness. AI Xiaoxi is my woman. Used to be, is now, and will naturally be in the future. So I have to trouble you to put away your unwarranted self-confidence. The one who has to leave now is you, not me. Looking at Yu Hongji, Jiang Hai said in a deep voice. Hearing Jiang Hai's exact words, Yu Hongji couldn't help but gnash his teeth in anger. Yu Hongji and AI Xiaoxi were indeed childhood sweethearts. They were classmates in high school. Yu Hongji's grandfather and grandmother were also from this area, but not from this village. Later on, his father was admitted to university and became successful. He went to the capital to work and met Yu Hongji's mother. Later on, they got married and had a child. As the couple was busy with work, they left the child in the care of his grandparents. But after all, living in the countryside wasn't too good, so they bought a house in Wei City and brought the child over. At the same time, they watched Yu Hongji go to school. At that time, Yu Hongji fell in love with AI Xiaoxi, but AI Xiaoxi still prioritized her studies. Later, the two of them were admitted to university in the capital together and became classmates. After another year, they had a foundation of 4 years. Moreover, Yu Hongji's family background and character were both quite good. Hence, AI Xiaoxi agreed to see how things would go for the time being. However, not long after they started dating, something happened in AI Xiaoxi's family. Later on, AI Xiaoxi asked for money. However, Yu Hongji's family didn't intend to lend her money, so the two of them broke up. There was nothing to talk about. It was originally like this. They broke up if they weren't suitable for each other. Even if the earth was gone, no one would care about anything. Just like that saying, after breaking up with her today, he missed her on the first day, on the second day, on the third day, and on the fourth day. League of Legends was really fun. This was reality. No matter who broke up with the other, they could live on. However, Yu Hongji was still a sentimental person. After breaking up, it was obvious that he was hit hard. He looked for AI Xiaoxi for many days and finally found her. However, he was hit hard by Qi Li. Since then, he had been in a daze. He became grumpy in school and didn't want to interact with his classmates. Every day, other than daydreaming, he would lie in the dorm. At this point, his parents were afraid that he would take things too hard. Therefore, taking advantage of the recent double festival and the school's holidays, he was sent to stay with his grandfather for a few days. As for his grandparents, although they lived in the city when he was in school, after he left, they moved back to their hometown. After eating at home, Yu Hongji strolled around. Unknowingly, he walked to the place AI Xiaoxi used to tell him about, her hometown. Looking at her beautiful hometown, walking on the path she used to walk on, breathing in the air that used to envelop her, Yu Hongji missed her more and more. He missed her more and more. He couldn't forget her. Just when he really wanted to see her again, she really appeared. However, there was an extra Jiang Hai by her side. Well, from Yu Hongji's perspective, Jiang Hai was really a heinous bastard. Two childhood sweethearts, two people who loved each other, had differences because of some trivial family matters. At this time, the evil Jiang Hai appeared. Like a bad guy, he used money to take everything that belonged to AI Xiaoxi. Now, he really wanted to roar, 30 years to the west, 30 years to the east, don't bully the young for being poor. Unfortunately, this was reality, not the YY novel he read. The male lead of this novel was not called Yu Hongji. Therefore, he was destined to become a shadow that belonged exclusively to Jiang Hai and AI Xiaoxi. Yu Hongji, you better stop fooling around. Your mother was right. We don't belong in the same family, so we're not suitable for each other. So, since we've broken up, let's just be normal classmates. Your feelings for me now, in the end, the one who will be hurt is you, because I really don't like you. Seeing that Yu Hongji and Jiang Hai were at daggers drawn, AI Xiaoxi couldn't help but walk to Jiang Hai's side and take the initiative to hold Jiang Hai's arm. In her opinion, ever since Yu Hongji's mother said those words, it was impossible for her and Yu Hongji to be together. In this world, there were not so many melodramatic 8 o'clock TV dramas that happen in reality. At least, AI Xiaoxi would never believe it. Well, with her words, in Yu Hongji's eyes, his identity as the protagonist was confirmed. At this time, a huge Meng 13 was written on his face. Seeing that he was already a little dumbfounded, Jiang Hai sighed and walked around him with AI Xiaoxi. Sometimes, love was like this. It was not as beautiful as you imagined. This was also a lesson that Jiang Hai taught him. Regardless of whether Yu Hongji would write a novel on some website after he went back, writing his bitter experience in order to take revenge on Jiang Hai. At this time, Jiang Hai and AI Xiaoxi had finished shopping and walked back to AI Xiaoxi's home. As soon as they walked in, AI Xiaoxi's parents, who were originally talking, stopped talking and then smiled to welcome Jiang Hai and AI Xiaoxi. After that, the whole family sat on the sofa and watched TV as if nothing had happened. Of course, when they were watching TV, they also distributed the gifts. The gift for AI Xiaoxi's father was a cigarette and a bottle of wine. Other than that, the gift for AI Xiaoxi's mother was a cashmere sweater, while the gift for AI Xiaoxi's brother was a video game console that Jiang Hai had specially bought for him. The AIX in charge and Kennecott cost more than 4,000 RMB. Jiang Hai swiped his card and took it away. There are also a few games inside. Sure enough, AI Xiaoxi couldn't stay calm when he saw the game console. Ever since he got sick, he couldn't do any work. He couldn't do any physical labor. In addition, he was not willing to study, so he did not continue to go to school. Instead, he recuperated at home. But to be honest, staying at home all day was quite boring. Having a game console was indeed much better. At that moment, he wanted to play with it, but was beaten back by his father. What a joke. His father still wanted to watch TV. Although he was beaten back, he was still very excited. He was much closer to Jiang Hai than before. He knew that his sister would definitely not buy such a thing for him. So it must have been Jiang Hai who bought it. Brother-in-law, we don't have anything to play here on normal days. When you get up tomorrow morning, I'll take you to gather seafood at the beach. Well, a game console was given out, and he didn't even need to pay a change of name. AI Shall We had already called Jiang Hai brother-in-law. Gather seafood at the beach? Hearing that, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be curious, because he didn't know what it was either. We live by the sea. Every day, the tide rises and falls. Taking advantage of the ebb tide, you can go to the beach and pick up a lot of delicious food, such as some razor clams, small shellfish, crabs, and so on. It's very fun. Seeing that Jiang Hai seemed to be interested, AI Xiaoxi also explained to him with a smile. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but nod. Although he had lived by the sea for a year, he really hadn't gathered seafood at the beach even once, because if he wanted to eat something, he would just go into the sea to get it. It was much more convenient. Secondly, foreigners didn't eat those small shells and so on, so Jiang Hai really hadn't tried these. Now, there's the time when crabs are fat. You can go play and catch some small crabs back. I'll make crab sauce for you to eat. Hearing Jiang Hai's words and seeing that Jiang Hai was very interested, AI Xiaoxi's mother couldn't help but say with a smile. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai also remembered. Indeed, mid-autumn was the time when crabs were the most fat. A few years ago, when his father was still alive, he was willing to bring him to buy some crabs during this time. Of course, they mainly ate river crabs, which were not expensive in Bing City. Later on, they started to eat sea crabs, which are the so-called swimming crabs. But it was a custom to eat crabs wherever you go. Speaking of which, Jiang Hai hadn't eaten crab sauce yet. He could try some tomorrow. If it was really delicious, he could also bring some back to Winthrop to eat. This was also good. As the family chatted, the sky unknowingly turned dark. At around 10 o'clock, the family took a shower and went back to sleep. Not sure if it was because she was open-minded or had already treated Jiang Hai as her son-in-law, AI Xiaoxi's mother directly let Jiang Hai and AI Xiaoxi stay in her room. Of course, the two didn't do anything. The walls here were not so thick. Chapter 576. Brother-in-law, did you sleep well last night? Looking at Jiang Hai coming out of the room, AI Shall We, who was squatting by the drainage ditch outside the yard and brushing his teeth, asked with a smile on his face. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai also stopped yawning and then smiled brightly. Did you sleep well last night? It shouldn't be considered a good sleep. Although we are in the countryside, the air here is quite good. It is quiet at night, and the quality of sleep is quite good. It is much better than when I was in high school in the city. Seeing Jiang Hai's slightly embarrassed expression, AI Shall We continue to speak. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai did not say anything. To be honest, he did not sleep well last night. At 10 o'clock at night, he hugged AI Xiaoxi and went to sleep. Her soft and fragrant body was in his arms, but next door was her parents. Her bed was made of wood. Perhaps it had been in disrepair for a long time. When she got on the bed, there were some noises. Jiang Hai didn't dare to make any moves. But an energetic young man hugging a beautiful girl and doing nothing for the whole night was not a good night's sleep. In a daze, he did not know when he fell asleep. Because this place was located in the east of Huaxia. Although Huaxia was a big place, there was only one time zone, which was Beijing time. Therefore, it was inevitable that the sun would rise early in the east. During the hottest time of summer, the sun would rise at about 3 o'clock in the morning in Bing City. It was almost the same here. At 3 o'clock, the sun rose. The chickens in the village began to crow. When the chickens started to crow, they woke up the dogs. At 4 o'clock, the dogs started to bark. When the dogs barked, they woke up the cows. At 5 o'clock, the villagers who were busy with farming had already woken up. They were herding the cows and going to the fields. Jiang Hai calculated that he had only slept for about 3 hours. It was still a light sleep. Now he was very proud of his foresight. There were chickens, dogs, and cows in his manor, but no matter if it was chickens or cows, they were all far away from where he lived. At least they wouldn't wake him up in the morning. Unlike now, it was too torturous. Jiang Hai went outside to enjoy the breeze for a while. After calming down temporarily, he returned to his room, took a cup of hot water, and started brushing his teeth. Originally, there was nothing in Xiaoxi's house. But since AI Xiaoxi got money from Jiang Hai, her family's life improved a lot. Although the TV and fridge were still the same, the original earthen stove had been replaced with natural gas. There was also a water heater and a tub in the bathroom. At least he could bathe all year round. He could wash his face and brush his teeth in the morning and wash his feet at night. There was no problem. This was indeed a lot more convenient. After Jiang Hai took the cup of hot water, he didn't brush his teeth outside like AI shall we. Instead, he brushed his teeth in the bathroom. After everything was cleaned up, Jiang Hai appeared in the living room. Seeing that Jiang Hai had woken up, AI Xiaoxi's mother also said a few words to Jiang Hai. The general idea was to ask if he slept well last night and why he didn't sleep a little longer. Then she went to the kitchen to get busy. AI Xiaoxi's house didn't have much land. The land had been rented out. Anyway, they didn't rely on the land to make money. Seeing that Jiang Hai didn't seem to be in good spirits, AI Xiaoxi's mother asked him to rest. Then she went into the kitchen, saying that she would wake up to make noodles for Jiang Hai. Of course, AI Xiaoxi had secretly told her last night to make the dishes bland. Otherwise, Jiang Hai wouldn't have anything to eat here. Brother-in-law, let's play the game console. Seeing that his mother went into the kitchen, AI shall we ran in with a smile. Looking at Jiang Hai, who was still in a daze, he took the initiative to say, he wanted to play last night, but unfortunately he didn't. Now, no matter what, he wanted to play. Who knows if this TV can be played? Let's study it. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai rubbed his face and stood up. Since he had nothing to do, he also stood up and started to play with AI shall we. He had to admit that AI shall we was lucky. Although the resolution of this big-headed TV was very poor, the several plugs were quite complete. In the end, they installed the game console. After installing it, they connected to the Wi-Fi, logged into their accounts, and started to play games. The game they were playing now was called Halo. This game was quite popular now, whether it was on the game console or the PC platform. This game was about the war between humans in the future and the Star Alliance, an alliance of races based on Orion's religion. This game was very big. It was a first-person shooter game. In the past, Jiang Hai couldn't play this kind of game because he had 3D dizziness, but later on, he often watched 3D TV at home. In addition, he also played games a lot. Later on, he slowly got used to it. Now, when he fought, he was naturally much better than AI shall we. When AI Xiaoxi finally woke up, the two of them were already playing crazily. They were constantly yelling in the living room. Be quiet, you guys. You woke me up, AI Xiaoxi said with some dissatisfaction as she rubbed her messy hair. Perhaps it was because AI Xiaoxi had been very imposing since young. So when he heard AI Xiaoxi's words, AI shall we's voice instantly became softer. Right? Didn't you say that you were going to gather seafood today? Is the thing ready? Seeing that AI shall we became obedient, AI Xiaoxi sat next to Jiang Hai, casually picked up the manual of the disc from the table, and said while reading it, yeah, didn't you say that you were going to gather seafood today? Shouldn't this thing be done early? When he heard AI Xiaoxi's words, Jiang Hai remembered. Didn't AI shall we say that he was going to gather seafood? Why is he sitting here and playing games now? Gathering seafood is not urgent, brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, you are dying. AI shall we couldn't help but laugh when he heard Jiang Hai's words. This also made Jiang Hai temporarily turn his mind back to the game, but he was still a little puzzled. Gathering seafood depends on the time. According to the time of the lunar calendar, the time of gathering seafood is also different. From the first day to the 30th day, the time of the lowest tide is different every day. Today is the 15th day. The best time to gather seafood should be around 11 o'clock. If we go there at 9 o'clock, just in time for the tide to fall. If it falls here, we can gather seafood at the back until about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. After all, they grew up by the sea. Seeing Jiang Hai's doubts, AI Xiaoxi explained to Jiang Hai. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but let out an "oh." To be honest, he really didn't know these things. In fact, it had been shown on TV before, like Animal World or something. The moon was useless to many people. After all, it was just a satellite of the Earth. The reason why it was bright was because of the refraction of the sun after it shone on the Earth. Such a planet really didn't seem very important. But in nature, the moon was not ordinary because it was related to the time of the tides. The tides were related to the ocean currents, and the ocean currents were related to the plankton in the sea. The plankton was at the bottom of the biological chain. If the plankton were destroyed, the biological chain would be destroyed, and the Earth would be finished. Therefore, the moon was actually very important. After listening to AI Xiaoxi's words, Jiang Hai also understood some things. He had been running the fishery for a year, but he really didn't pay attention to these things. But he just followed AI Xiaoxi and AI Xiaowi's instructions. The two siblings knew these things very well. After playing for a while, AI Xiaoxi's mother started to eat noodles for breakfast. People in Lu Province loved to eat noodles. Lu Province's steamed buns, and noodles were also famous in the country. Of course, the most famous noodles in the country were from Shaanxi, but the noodles here were also quite good. AI Xiaoxi's mother made braised noodles. Maybe because she listened to AI Xiaoxi's words, the braised noodles this time were very light. It was braised with lean meat, wood ear, and daylily. It tasted very good. Jiang Hai ate 2 big bowls of noodles before putting down his bowl. Looking at Jiang Hai eating happily, AI Xiaoxi's mother started to think about how to cook tonight. It seems like she would need to follow this taste. After eating breakfast, Jiang Hai and AI Xiaowi played a game for a while. AI Xiaowi's mother was very happy. Then, at around 8:30, AI Xiaoxi left with Jiang Hai and AI Xiaoxi. Each of them carried a small bucket with some tools in it. There were a total of 4 tools. One looked like a hook used to make a fire in winter when they lived in a bungalow when they were young, a small curved shovel, a very sharp, all like a screwdriver, and a very thin kite string. These 4 tools had their own uses. The hook was used to hook things, such as the small crabs they wanted to catch. When the crabs got into the reef cave, they had to use this thing to pull them out. The small curved shovel was used to catch razor clams that got into the beach. The small shovel was used to dig out the shellfish attached to the reef. The last one was used to tie the crabs after catching them. Otherwise, these crabs might run out of the bucket, and all their efforts would be in vain. After everything was ready, Jiang Hai and the others went to the beach on the east side of the village. Because there were a lot of reefs and rocks on the beach, they couldn't walk barefoot on it. If they were not careful, they would cut their feet. Jiang Hai and the others walked with shoes on. When they came over, there were already some people on the beach here. It seems that today was the Mid-Autumn Festival, so there were a lot of villagers who came to gather seafood. Jiang Hai and the others found a slightly remote place and walked up. Now that the sea had just begun to recede, most of the sand hadn't been exposed yet, so their initial goal was still the reef. Chapter 577. This thing is called sea rainbow, and it tastes good after cooking. Looking at the dense black shells on the reef, AI Xiaoxi explained to Jiang Hai with a smile. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai also started digging because he had seen this thing before. Sea rainbow, its scientific name is mussel, is a very common shellfish in China. It can also be said that it is one of the cheapest seafood besides flower clams. Basically, it is only a few RMB per 500 kilograms. In Bing City, it can be sold for 5 renminbi per 500 kilograms. This kind of shellfish was very fat and tasted good. It was very nutritious. Although the best kind of shellfish was more expensive than the average sea rainbow, it was not particularly expensive. This kind of creature did not have a shell when it was first born, so it could move freely. But when it meets a suitable environment, it will start to live on rocks or other hard things. They lived a fixed life for the rest of their lives, so reefs and the like were the best choices for them. Looking at the shells in front of him, Jiang Hai, to be honest, had not eaten for a long time. He also began to dig with a small shovel. This thing was very hard, so it was not easy to dig it out. However, Jiang Hai's divine strength was invincible. In less than half an hour, he had dug almost half a bucket. Seeing him digging so much, AI Xiaoxi and AI Xiaowi immediately stopped Jiang Hai. Under Jiang Hai's puzzled gaze, AI Xiaoxi could not help but roll her eyes at him. Why are you digging so much? We are here to catch razor clams and crabs. These things can be found at any time. Hearing AI Xiaoxi's words, Jiang Hai could not help but touch his nose. Yes, this kind of food is very common and not expensive. So the three of them stopped and picked up Jiang Hai's half bucket of sea rainbow. They kept the big ones and threw away the small ones. But even so, there is still about 1/3 of the bucket left. Together with the other two, there's about 10 kilograms of sea rainbow. At this moment, the seawater on the surface of the sea also receded. Jiang Hai and the AI siblings also stepped onto the sandy beach and began to look for their main dish today, those crabs and other delicious things. Soon, AI Xiaowi made a discovery. After a shout, he directly used the curved shovel to stab into the sand. When it was pulled out, it brought out a lot of sand, but in the middle of the sand, there was a long, pale yellow shellfish. Wow, what a big one! Looking at the shellfish, Jiang Hai immediately ran towards it and removed the sand from its body. Then he picked it up. It was a razor clam. Jiang Hai wasn't unfamiliar with it. Bing City also likes to eat this thing, and that's why they usually call it Shao Ren Xian. Compared to normal shellfish, this type of razor clam is bigger and has more meat. Its shell is also thinner and does not need to be weighed. That's why it is very popular in the seafood market. This is a bamboo razor clam. It's the biggest one among all the razor clams. This one is about 12 centimeters long. It seems like this piece of bamboo razor clam is quite good. After taking the razor clam from Jiang Hai, AI Xiaowi smiled and washed it with seawater. Then he threw it into his bucket and explained to Jiang Hai. Then he explained to Jiang Hai how to find the razor clams. But according to him, Jiang Hai searched several places but didn't find any. Instead, it was the AI siblings, AI Xiaoxi and AI Xiaowi, who found a lot of these things. Before long, they had already found 5 or 6 genes. Seeing that he really didn't have the talent to catch razor clams, Jiang Hai looked at other things after high tide. There would always be a large number of creatures on the beach. There were all kinds of things. In addition to all kinds of shellfish, there were also small fish, shrimps, starfish, and so on. It can be said that all the small creatures in the sea would rush up here. Jiang Hai couldn't deal with the razor clams under the beach, but dealing with the creatures on the beach wasn't a problem. It didn't take long for Jiang Hai to pick up a lot of shellfish and 2 starfish. Jiang Hai couldn't eat these starfish. Most people wouldn't be able to eat them, but it was still good to play with them. Looking at the tentacles of this thing, Jiang Hai thought, if people with trypophobia saw this, they would be scared and break out in a cold sweat. This thing was indeed a trap. Just as Jiang Hai was happily picking up things, he accidentally kicked away a stone. Then, a crab the size of a child's fist suddenly jumped out from under the stone. Seeing this thing, Jiang Hai's spirit was lifted. He didn't forget his purpose for coming here. It wasn't for these small shells, but for the crab. Jiang Hai's speed was much faster than this crab. He stretched out his body and instantly pulled one of the crab's legs. However, this crab was wild and fierce. When its leg was pulled, it instantly turned its body, and its 2 huge pincers tried to clamp Jiang Hai's hand. However, Jiang Hai's speed was faster. He instantly threw it away. When he caught it, he had already pinched its shell with 2 fingers. This time, it didn't have a chance to clamp Jiang Hai. Look, I caught a crab. Can this be eaten? Holding the crab, Jiang Hai said to AI Xiaoxi and AI Xiaowi in the distance. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the siblings also rushed over. After approaching, AI Xiaoxi clearly saw the appearance of the crab and said to Jiang Hai, "Oh, this is a sand crab. It can be eaten. You're really good. This little thing runs very fast." Sand crab can be said to be a very ancient crab. It originated in the Cretaceous period, the same dynasty as the dinosaurs. It developed and grew in the 3rd era. Now, this kind of crab can be found all over the world. In Huaxia, there are more than 70 kinds. Brother-in-law, continue to work hard. We will catch the razor clams. We will leave the crab to you. Seeing Jiang Hai catch a crab so easily, AI Xiaowi was very excited and said with a happy face, With his physical fitness, he couldn't catch a crab except for using his hands. So when he came, he didn't plan to catch any crabs. But now, Jiang Hai could easily catch it with his bare hands. This made his eyes light up. This was an unexpected gain. No problem. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai also smiled. With the help of AI Xiaoxi, he tied up the crab with a rope. Then, Jiang Hai no longer cared about the small shells on the beach and began to turn over the stones. It turned out that there were indeed a lot of crabs here. After turning over the stones, they often came out early. Basically, after turning over 3 or 5 stones, a sand crab would come out and escape. However, Jiang Hai let go of the small ones. He only caught the bigger ones. But even so, it didn't take long for Jiang Hai to catch a lot of sand crabs. These small crabs ran very fast, but Jiang Hai was faster. In terms of speed, these small crabs were still a little worse. However, just as Jiang Hai was happily catching the crabs, he suddenly turned over a stone and found that there was a crab under the stone. But unlike the sand crabs he caught, this crab was bluish-black and had a particularly big claw. After seeing Jiang Hai, it didn't escape like the sand crabs. Instead, it raised its pincers as if it wanted to fight with Jiang Hai. Hey, what kind of game is this? Looking at the crab in front of him, Jiang Hai directly stretched out his hand and picked it up. He looked at it carefully. It looked so strange. One pincer was big, and the other was small. It also seemed to have some aggressive tendencies. What the hell is this? This is a fiddler crab. It's also a type of sand crab, but it has a different classification. It's also edible. Just as Jiang Hai was feeling a little strange, AI Xiaoxi also came over. Looking at the small crab in Jiang Hai's hand, she couldn't help but smile and explain to Jiang Hai. At this time, her small bucket was almost half filled with razor clams. It was about 5 or 6 pounds. She didn't need to catch too many. After all, AI Xiaoyi was still catching. So after seeing some gains, she came to Jiang Hai's side and was responsible for helping Jiang Hai tie up the crabs. Although these crabs weren't big, it would be troublesome if they escaped. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai nodded. He knew another species. Although Jiang Hai had a manor and a fishing ground, he didn't know many crabs. Except for the swimming crabs he used to eat, he knew very little about crabs. He only knew about spider crabs, king crabs, and river crabs in his manor. He had seen all kinds of crabs before, especially sand crabs. They could be found all over the world. But he didn't think about eating them before, so he didn't want to know more about them. Now that he looked at them, there were a lot of crabs. After helping AI Xiaoxi tie up the crab, Jiang Hai continued to search. After finding the first fiddler crab, Jiang Hai found a few more fiddler crabs. But most of them were sand crabs. But after searching for a while, he found another kind of crab. This is a big-eyed crab. Looking at the crab that Jiang Hai picked up, it was obviously bigger than the sand crab and the fiddler crab. AI Xiaoxi also introduced it to him. Although AI Xiaoxi was now living in the imperial capital, this was the place where she grew up. She was very familiar with every blade of grass, every tree, every living thing, and every species here. Maybe she couldn't name them, but she could accurately know what they were called in the local language. It was said that working together was less tiring, especially when Jiang Hai was quite interested in this matter. Unknowingly, his bucket was filled with crabs. AI Xiaoxi's bucket was also filled with a lot of crabs. Sister, brother-in-law, it's almost time to go back. Just as Jiang Hai and AI Xiaoxi were happily catching crabs, AI Xiaoyi's voice sounded. Only then did they notice that they had been catching seafood for more than 3 hours. At this time, it was already 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Just now, he was so focused on catching that he didn't feel hungry. Now, looking at the time, the 2 bowls of noodles that Jiang Hai ate in the morning had already been digested. Looking at his harvest, Jiang Hai's face was brimming with a proud smile. Chapter 578. Mom, we're back. AI Xiaoyi shouted as soon as he walked into the AI family's courtyard. Hearing AI Xiaoyi's words, AI Xiaoxi's mother, who was busy in the kitchen, came out. Oh, you caught a lot. Hurry up and separate them. Pour water and empty the sand. We can eat it tonight. Looking at the 3 barrels of seafood, AI Xiaoxi's mother couldn't help but shout excitedly. Then she specially prepared some large basins and threw the seafood into them. There was a large basin for shellfish. Except for razor clams, there were all kinds of shellfish. There was a large basin for razor clams and a large basin for all kinds of crabs. Whether it was crabs or shellfish, they could breathe in water. Although it wasn't seawater, they could still live for a while. After dividing the seafood, AI Xiaoxi's mother also put some things in the basins. The basin for crabs was filled with salt, and the two basins for shellfish were filled with cooking oil. Jianghai knew that the cooking oil was for these creatures to spit out sand. These sea creatures lived in the sand. Perhaps others couldn't see it, but the things they ate were mixed with a lot of sand. If they were caught and eaten directly, it was almost the same as eating soil. Therefore, it was necessary to put some salt and cooking oil in these basins to let them spit out sand before cooking. After everything was done, Jianghai and the others sat there and ate lunch. This lunch was quite sumptuous because of Jianghai. Although they were all home-cooked dishes, the main meal was still to be eaten in the evening. Because the relatives in the family were a bit busy, AI Xiaoxi's family didn't have many people coming to visit. After these things were done, the dishes were on the table. Jianghai and the others picked up their chopsticks and ate. This time, Jianghai was able to eat. It was a full meal. Although it was still a little salty, Shandong cuisine was mainly salty and fresh. This level of saltiness was already acceptable to Jianghai. According to AI Xiaoxi, her mother only used 1/3 of the usual amount of salt this time. In other words, she usually used 3 spoonfuls of salt, but today she only used 1 spoonful, which suited Jianghai's taste. During lunch, Jianghai and the others enjoyed themselves to the fullest. Jianghai especially accompanied AI Xiaoxi's father for a drink. After lunch, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. AI Xiaoxi's father drank a little too much, so he went to sleep for a while. For Jianghai, drinking beer now was just like tasting the flavor. It's simply impossible to make him drink too much. His physical fitness is 4 times that of an ordinary person. Even if it's just his original alcohol capacity, drinking 30 to 50 bottles of beer won't be a lot. And after drinking 30 to 50 bottles, Jianghai has already recovered. Of course, it was impossible for him to drink 30 to 50 bottles in AI Xiaoxi's house. He drank 6 bottles, and AI Xiaoxi's father drank 6 bottles. AI Xiaoxi's father lay down on the bed, while Jianghai continued to play games with AI Xiaowei. As for AI Xiaoxi, she was manually making mooncakes with her mother. Jianghai had to admit that AI Xiaoxi's mother was really good at everything. Unknowingly, the evening lights were turned on, and the sky outside gradually darkened. This was the annoying thing about the eastern provinces. The sky brightened and darkened very early. At around 6 o'clock, the mooncakes were already prepared. AI Xiaoxi's mother also went to prepare dinner for the reunion dinner. As for Jianghai and AI Xiaowei, they moved the table to the courtyard outside. Today, they deliberately locked the door, afraid that someone would come and cause trouble. But fortunately, it seemed that these people were celebrating at home. They didn't have the leisure and time to cause trouble for Jianghai. The first things on the table were mooncakes and eggs. The mooncakes were filled with bean paste. This was Jianghai's favorite. It was different from the ones bought outside. The mooncakes in AI Xiaoxi's house were freshly made, so the outer layer was still very soft. It tasted very good. As for eggs, this was a popular way to eat in Lu province. In most places in Huaxia, mooncakes were eaten during the Mid-Autumn Festival. In Lu province, in addition to mooncakes, they also ate reunion eggs. After all, they were all around. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Jianghai also ate an egg with AI Xiaowei. Then, he ate a piece of mooncake. This was considered a festival. After that, the main course was the meal. Not sure if it was because of Jianghai's arrival, AI Xiaoxi's mother prepared a lot of delicious food. She didn't know if it was because of Jianghai's arrival, but AI Xiaoxi's mother had prepared a lot of delicious food. She had prepared prawns, tiger skin pork, braised pork ribs, pickled cucumbers with vegetables, kung pao diced pork, crispy pork, steamed yellow croaker, of course, farm-raised tofu, spicy stir-fry made with the razor clams they caught today, and a big bowl of winter melon and sea rice soup. These 10 dishes meant that they were perfect. But in addition, there were some snacks. The shellfish were directly boiled in a pot and eaten. As for the crabs, most of them were cleaned and marinated into crab sauce. But there were still some that had their shells and gills removed. Then, they were wrapped in flour and fried by AI Xiaoxi's mother. They looked really beautiful. Jiang Hai didn't lack meat, but he still had a special liking for these small crabs that he caught himself. He picked one up and took a bite. With this bite, Jiang Hai couldn't help but let out an N sound. The shell of this small crab was completely fried and crispy. The shell that was wrapped in flour broke with a gentle bite. The crab meat inside was tender and smooth. The most important thing was that the crab meat was now yellow. The so-called yellow was the seed of the crab. The male crab was called cream, and the female crab was called yellow. But it was hard to distinguish. In this season, both male and female crab were present. But since this was mentioned, then let's just say something. The female crab was yellow, which referred to the female crab's ovaries. The seeds inside were the small crabs. As for the male crab's cream, cough, some things were like red wine and noodles in Shanxi province. It was delicious if you didn't want to eat it directly. But once you thought about it, you couldn't eat it. Fortunately, Jiang Hai had already overcome this in his heart. He didn't care about eating this thing. After all, he was most willing to eat kidney in the past. It wasn't like he hadn't eaten bombs before, so his resistance to this was slightly stronger. These small crabs, although small, were indeed very fat now. If they were cooked and eaten with meat, there wouldn't be much left. But after being fried and stuffed into his mouth and chewing, the taste was really incomparable. The outside was crispy, and the meat inside was soft and smooth. Together with the yellow stuff, he didn't know if it was cream or yellow. The taste of flour, the taste of yellow, and the taste of meat made him subconsciously move his chin to chew. The more he chewed, the more delicious and fragrant it was. The more he chewed, the more flavorful it was. While eating these small crabs and drinking wine, the moon was already high in the sky. When Jiang Hai came back to his senses, the plate of fried crabs was already finished. He had to admit that the Mid-Autumn Festival in September was a good time to eat seafood. Hee, if I knew that little Jiang liked to eat, I would have fried more. We have enough here. Looking at Jiang Hai eating almost all the small crabs in the pot, AI Xiaoxi's mother smiled and said, "It's not that bad. They could eat these small crabs often here, so they'd already eaten enough." This was especially true for the siblings, AI Xiaoxi and AI Xiaowei. When they were young, they would often catch these small crabs and ask their mother to fry them. These were the best snacks back then, so now they only had a taste of 2 crabs. They had already had enough of them. AI Xiaoxi's parents were already sick of eating them, so more than 90% of the 4 to 5 caddies of crabs in the plate went into Jiang Hai's stomach. On the other hand, Jiang Hai tasted the dishes cooked by AI Xiaoxi's mother a few times, but he didn't eat too much. This was because these small crabs were too delicious for Jiang Hai. He planned to learn it, and then when he went back, he would catch some small crabs and cook them. The small crabs in his manor would definitely taste better. Thinking of this, Jiang Hai couldn't help but think about catching some small crabs back tomorrow. Let's catch some more tomorrow. These small crabs are really delicious. Jiang Hai said to AI Xiaoxi and AI Xiaowei as he picked up the crab's feet in the plate. For a foodie, it was impossible to stop him from eating good food. Okay, we will continue to catch some crabs tomorrow, but the time will be pushed back by an hour. After hearing Jiang Hai's words, AI Xiaoxi did some calculations and said to Jiang Hai, today was September 27th, and in order to avoid the peak period, they booked a flight back to Bing City on October 1st. There were still 3 days left, and it was enough for them to have some fun here. As for why the time was pushed back by an hour, naturally, it was because of the time of the tide. People like them who live by the sea all year round naturally knew when the tide would rise and when it would recede. The time to catch crabs could only be chosen when the tide was low. Oh, then we will have to wait until around 10 o'clock. After thinking for a while, Jiang Hai said to AI Xiaoxi, "Well, it's about 10 o'clock, but can I troubleshoot Jiang tomorrow? Can you send me to town before you go to the beach?" After hearing Jiang Hai's words, AI Xiaoxi's father took a deep breath and said to Jiang Hai. Hearing her father's words, Jiang Hai naturally had nothing to say. "What's wrong with that?" "No problem at all. What business do you have in town?" Looking at AI Xiaoxi's father, Jiang Hai agreed and then asked him curiously. He didn't have any work to do recently, so why would he go to town? "The chives at home are ripe again. I'm going to sell the ones that I can't eat in town. Otherwise, they will rot in the fields." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, AI Xiaoxi's father said with a smile. Jiang Hai really didn't know much about these things. But after all, he also grew vegetables at home. He knew that chives could grow many times a year. Although Jiang Hai didn't care about the money from the chives, AI Xiaoxi's father was obviously different from Jiang Hai. Chapter 579. I'll have to trouble you again tomorrow. My dad is really too much. He still insists on selling chives. Night fell quietly. It was always early to go to bed in the countryside. Unknowingly, it was getting late. Jiang Hai and AI Xiaoxi were ready to sleep. Lying on the bed, Jiang Hai hugged AI Xiaoxi, who was only wearing pajamas, not even a singlet or underwear, and listened to her words. "Let's not talk about trouble between us, okay? You're really disobedient." Listening to AI Xiaoxi's polite words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but roll his eyes at her. Then he directly spanked her, but with his hand. Feeling the tempting touch, Jiang Hai also felt a little restless. Noticing that Jiang Hai's hand changed from spanking to touching, AI Xiaoxi's face suddenly turned red. It must be very uncomfortable to hold it in these 2 days. Feeling Jiang Hai's movements, AI Xiaoxi leaned over and whispered in Jiang Hai's ear. "Stop fooling around. Your parents are right next to us. They'll hear it." AI Xiaoxi blew into Jiang Hai's ear as she spoke, making Jiang Hai's heart itch even more. But the problem was that it was really not good to do anything now. It was too awkward. "And I know. Then let me help you." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, AI Xiaoxi also knew that it was not the time to use real swords and spears, but she still had a way to make Jiang Hai feel more comfortable, especially when Jiang Hai cared so much about her and her family. Under Jiang Hai's gaze, AI Xiaoxi slowly leaned over. Feeling the different touch, Jiang Hai's eyebrows also raised. The night was quiet. The next morning, Jiang Hai was not awakened by chickens, dogs, and cows. It was rare that he was not woken up by chickens, dogs, and cows. He slept until 6 o'clock in the morning. Don't think that 6 o'clock was very early. Jiang Hai and the others went to bed at 9 o'clock last night. Even if they were delayed by an hour because of something, they went to bed around 10 o'clock. Sleeping until 6 o'clock, 8 hours of basic sleep was guaranteed. After a simple workout at the entrance, they ate the big steam buns that AI Xiaoxi's mother specially made for them in the morning. Together with salted vegetables and porridge, they tasted pretty good. As for the even better crab sauce, they would have to wait for 3 or 4 days. When Jiang Hai and the others left, they were almost able to eat, but now it was impossible. After eating breakfast and resting for a while, around 7 in the morning, Jiang Hai took AI Xiaoxi, AI Xiaohui, AI Xiaoxi's father, and 2 baskets of chives to the nearby town. As soon as he got in the car, AI Xiaohui showed his interest in cars. "What? You want to drive?" Looking at him touching left and right, Jiang Hai asked him with a smile. "Hey, I like it very much. Brother-in-law, you know my body's condition, so I can't do any heavy work. Dad craftsmanship has no chance to be passed down. Because the school has been delayed for a year, I'm not interested in going back. So I'm thinking about what I can do. There are drivers in the small village, and I think I might be able to do it." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, AI Xiaohui was a little embarrassed. He was indeed quite helpless. Although the leukemia in his body had been cured, he would have a lifetime of illness. However, he ended up with a lifetime of soreness and weakness. After all, the bone marrow was not his, but transplant. Even if they were originally compatible, it was not a big deal that his body was weak and unable to exert strength. It would even affect his lifespan. Jiang Hai could have cured him with Jiang Hai's spiritual energy. But although Jiang Hai's relationship with AI Xiaoxi is very close now, his relationship with AI Xiaowei, he still needs to examine it again. Jiang Hai is not a saint. He can't bear to see others suffer, especially when it is related to his spiritual energy. He must be careful. Then go and get a driver's license. Brother-in-law will buy you one. However, although Jiang Hai was reluctant to part with the spiritual qi, other than spiritual qi, Jiang Hai didn't care about money. Moreover, he didn't call him brother-in-law for nothing. Jiang Hai himself can't buy a good car for him. After all, he has to be a driver. A driver's car costs more than 100,000 yuan, so Jiang Hai doesn't care. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, AI Xiaowei's eyes suddenly lit up. Brother-in-law, I have finished the test. I got my driver's license last month. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, AI Xiaowei also said with some eagerness. Since he found out that he can't do any work and has no interest in school, he's been thinking of a way out. In the vicinity of the small village, there are indeed a lot of drivers. Driving to the city or town is 10 yuan per person in the town and 50 yuan per person in the city. If you rent a car for 150 yuan, you can sit 4 people. Excluding the gas, you can earn at least half of the profit. For him, this is an out-and-out good business. The only thing left is that he doesn't have a car. Ahem, Xiao Jiang, don't spoil him. A car costs a lot. However, hearing Jiang Hai's words, AI Xiaoxi's father immediately interrupted. What a joke. Jiang Hai lent their family hundreds of thousands, and they don't have the money to pay it back. Now, he wants to buy a car for AI Xiaowei. What a joke. Although their family doesn't have much money, they always owe others. As a father, he doesn't feel comfortable. Although AI Xiaoxi's father is a little henpecked, the men in Lu province are also a little male chauvinistic. He doesn't want to take advantage of Jiang Hai, no matter how rich Jiang Hai is. Dad, it's okay. Since AI Xiaowei doesn't want to go to school, you should find a job. He can drive a car. Cars are cheap now. Hearing AI Xiaoxi's father's words, Jiang Hai also smiled. Since he treats AI Xiaoxi as his woman, then he won't be too stingy. A car costs more than 100,000 yuan. Jiang Hai's cow leg is worth this much. AI, then let's buy it for him. We still have some money left at home. Hearing that Jiang Hai still wants to buy a car for AI Xiaowei, AI Xiaoxi's father can't help but feel a little depressed. The family doesn't have money. He really can't straighten his back as a father-in-law. After giving AI Xiaowei a look, Jiang Hai quickly changed the topic and asked about this episode. Buying a car, they can buy it after going to the town. After buying it, AI Xiaoxi's father will have to accept it even if he doesn't want to. Sure enough, as soon as the topic changed, AI Xiaoxi's father also began to tell Jiang Hai about the situation of this town. Although this place belongs to the urban-rural fringe, it is not really under the management of Wei City. Every city has a district under it, and the so-called management place of these places is the town. Jiang Hai doesn't know what the town is called. However, under the guidance of AI Xiaoxi's father, they quickly turned into the town. This town is not very big. There are no high-rise buildings in the town. Most of the houses are 7-story buildings, not high-rise residential areas. Although the town has all the essentials, it is indeed very small. On the street outside the town is the so-called market. In the countryside, there is a time limit for going to the market. Generally, it is on the first day of the lunar calendar, or on the 5th day of the lunar calendar, or on the 11th day of the lunar calendar, or on the 25th day of the lunar calendar. But because people nowadays don't really look at the lunar calendar, so they go according to the lunar calendar. The people in this town go to the market on the 6th day of the lunar calendar. When Jiang Hai's car arrived here, the market here is already crowded. Many residents nearby or people from other villages will come here to buy things. The residents come here to buy things mainly because the things here are fresh, and the people from other villages come here to buy things that they usually use but have no place to buy. For example, there are clothes, shoes, cloth, toys, and so on. After all, this was a market. Meat, vegetables, and fruits are not the only things sold here. There were also stalls for daily necessities. He parked his car outside the market. Jiang Hai and the others helped AI Xiaoxi's father take the 2 baskets of leeks and found the area where vegetables are sold in the market. After casually circling the area, they are ready to start selling. Because they only sell leeks, it is not very troublesome. After looking here for a while, Jiang Hai winked at AI Xiaoxi and AI Xiaowei, and the 3 of them said that they want to go out for a stroll. AI Xiaoxi's father was quite busy here, so there was no need for him to tie down the 3 young people. Therefore, he let them go out to play. The 3 of them walked around the bazaar for a while, then went outside. After getting in the car, they drove to a car dealership in the small town. The car dealership in the small town couldn't be called a 4S shop, because it's not a car shop of one brand, but many brands. Instead of a car shop, it is more like a hodgepodge of cars. It is understandable because the people who buy cars here are basically the people in the town or the residents in the nearby villages. They don't know much about cars, and they don't need to go out to buy a car. The practicality of buying a car is the most important thing. There are only 3 or 4 car shops like this in the town, and Jiang Hai's shop is the biggest one. After parking the car, the 3 of them walked in. The first thing they saw is a lot of half-size cars and vans. Indeed, in the countryside, half-size cars and vans are more popular. Half-size cars are the so-called miniaturized cars. It is not the kind of big truck, but it is still a kind of truck. Usually it can transport pigs, chickens, cows, sheep, and so on. However, AI Xiaowei doesn't want to transport these things. He wants to transport people, and it is more profitable to transport people. So these miniaturized cars are not considered. Although vans are also good, the ones sold here are all vans with more than 8 seats. AI Xiaowei only has a C1 license, so he is not good at driving a van, so he can only drive ordinary cars. Logically speaking, it is very good to buy a car to transport people. There are also cars that cost more than 100,000 here, so it is quite good. However, considering that the roads in the nearby countryside were not all flat, Jiang Hai thought about it and felt that it was better to buy an SUV. Although SUVs were useless in the United States, other than going out to play, they were not very useful. But this is Huaxia, and it is also a good thing to have a big SUV. Chapter 580. As mentioned before, you have to drive a certain car to do whatever you want in America. You have to drive a car to pick someone up from the airport and go to work. You have to drive a car. Otherwise, people will feel that you are not sincere when you pick someone up. People will feel that you are not sociable when you go to work. You have to look at an MPV, which is a business car, when you pick up your child from school and go to school. If you don't drive this car, it will show that you are not considerate of your child's safety. You might even attract the police. Of course, this is also because Americans have more children. If you go out to play, you have to drive an SUV. If you don't drive, you will look unprofessional and be laughed at by others. That's why you have to drive a certain car to do whatever you want in America. Unless you are so poor that you only have one car, then there is no need to go out to play. After all, the cars in America are quite cheap. But in China, it is different. People pay more attention to how much the car is worth when they drive. If you drive a Rolls-Royce to play, people will not laugh at you at all. Instead, they will be very envious. If you drive a G-grade AMG SUV starting from $2 million to pick someone up from the airport, that person will definitely not feel that you're looking down on them. Instead, they will be very happy and talk to you about how much the car is worth. This is not to say that the East and the West are different. It is because Huaxia does not have a car culture at all. This is the difference between the East and the West. Huaxia people pay more attention to etiquette and etiquette than the West, especially those families with more than 100 years of history. But Huaxia people are really not that particular about cars. The only people who pay attention to cars are probably not those rich people. But at least the people from the AI family will not pay attention to these things. Let's buy an SUV. This car is big, comfortable to drive, and fast. Most importantly, it is not a problem to drive on ordinary rural roads. After looking at the cars here, Jiang Hai set his eyes on the SUV. Want to buy an SUV? These cars are quite popular recently. Let me introduce them to you. Seeing that Jiang Hai wanted to buy an SUV, the salesperson's attitude wasn't particularly good, but it wasn't bad either. She brought Jiang Hai and the others to the place where the SUVs were placed in the distance and introduced them. This was because the country had been very fond of SUVs in recent years. Therefore, many domestic cars had the appearance of SUVs. Of course, what the interior looked like was up to different people. In this car dealership, 90% of the cars were made in China, including SUVs. The cheapest car was the Mustang F10, which cost 45,000 renminbi. In addition to the Mustang series, there were also Zhongtai, Zhishang, Senya, Beiki, Haver H1, Saab, Changhe, Maui, Zhongxing Chang'an, Yingji Ruifeng, Lifan Shuiyuan, Xintan, Orville Great Wall, Jiangxi, Junpai, and so on. There were plenty of cars that cost less than 100,000 renminbi. AI Xiaowei couldn't help but feel a little dazzled. He had thought of buying a car before, but if he really bought one for him, he would be a little confused. After looking around, Jiang Hai found that he didn't know what to buy, so Jiang Hai decided to help him. Although Jiang Hai didn't care about money, he couldn't spend too much money to buy a car for AI Xiaowei. This was because he didn't buy a car for fun, but to attract customers. Jiang Hai also couldn't spend more than 1 million renminbi to buy a car for him to attract customers. Therefore, the cars he chose were between 100,000 renminbi and 200,000 renminbi. Although there were many SUVs in this price range, it wasn't too difficult to choose. Haver's H6, H7, Geely's Boyle, and Nissan Xiaoka. Of course, he didn't buy this car. There are also Jeep's Liberty Knight, Ford Wing Tiger, and so on. Jiang Hai is more interested in the two models from Haver, as well as the Liberty Knight and Wing Tiger. But if you want to buy a car, you have to buy it early. So Jiang Hai only wanted a car that is already available. The only car available was Haver's H6. It was a 6-speed automatic with a standard sunroof. It cost 126,800 renminbi. If it was a rural household registration, it would save 5%, which was 6,340 renminbi cheaper. However, the insurance, license, and taxes were all not cheap. But since Jiang Hai said that he wanted to buy a car for AI Xiaowei, he didn't care about this small amount of money. He directly swiped his card and bought the car. With money to pave the way, Jiang Hai still bought the car in full. The car dealership was still very fast. In a short time, the procedures for the car were already done, and the temporary license was also prepared. The purchase tax was also directly paid in the car dealership. They had an office in the tax bureau here. After everything was done, they could directly drive the car to the vehicle management office to get the license plate. So Jiang Hai and the other two drove 2 cars to the vehicle management office in the town. Of course, on the way, they deliberately filled up the car with gas. After arriving at the vehicle management office and paying the money, the other things were much easier. After choosing the license plate, it will be sent to AI Xiaowei's home in 15 days. Of course, Jiang Xiaowei could also drive here to get it himself. After everything was done, they looked at the time. It was almost 10 o'clock. Jiang Hai was still thinking about going back to gather seafood, so under his urging, the 3 directly rushed to the market. They were ready to go back after picking up Jiang Xiaoxi's father. But when they parked the car and went to the place where AI Xiaoxi's father set up his stall, they found that the place where the stall was originally set up was now full of people. Seeing this scene, Jiang Hai and the other 3 were stunned. What's going on? Looking at the situation in front of him, Jiang Hai couldn't help but whisper. He was tall, and his ears were very sharp. He vaguely heard that there seemed to be some shouting in the crowd. Hey, Xiaowei, your father has a conflict with Zhang Hao inside. Hurry up and see. Just when the 3 of them were a little puzzled, a woman on the periphery happened to see AI Xiaowei and immediately said to him anxiously. As soon as they heard that their father had a conflict with others, AI Xiaoxi and AI Xiaowei suddenly became anxious. They wanted to squeeze in, but one of them was a woman, and the other was weak and sick. It was really difficult to squeeze in. At this time, it was up to Jiang Hai. He protected AI Xiaoxi with one hand and let AI Xiaowei follow behind him. He directly pushed through the crowd in front of him and walked in. When Jiang Hai and the others squeezed, they naturally pushed the people to the side. But when the people saw that it was AI shall we, they closed their mouths. They were just here to watch the fun. Since the person involved was here, they naturally didn't have a right to say anything. Soon, the three of them squeezed into the encirclement. However, as soon as they walked in, Jiang Hai couldn't help but frown. He only saw that the 2 baskets of leeks that were originally set up at the stall had sold a lot, but some were thrown everywhere. The 2 baskets were also broken, and the carrying pole was thrown far away. At this time, AI Xiaoxi's father was standing there with his clothes pulled by a burly man who was more than 8 meters tall. His face was a little dirty, and there were some shoe prints on his body. Behind the burly man, there were a few people who looked like hooligans standing there and cursing. The burly man had a ferocious look on his face. He clenched his fist and shouted at AI Xiaoxi's father. Looking at AI Xiaoxi's father in front of him, the burly man roared fiercely, "You old fart, do you know how much my clothes are worth? You've ruined them. Don't think you can leave without 10,000 yuan today. I didn't ruin your clothes. You tore them yourself." However, although AI Xiaoxi's father was usually a little stuffy, he was very stubborn. The people of Lu province were all like this. They were very hot-blooded, and it was difficult to make them admit defeat here. "You old fart." Hearing that AI Xiaoxi's father still dared to be stubborn, the burly man cursed under his breath. He directly threw a punch at AI Xiaoxi's father's face, but unfortunately, he was stopped by a strong hand this time. Looking at the owner of the hand, the burly man couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. When he realized that the other party was a man more than 9 meters tall and had a strong appearance, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. While he was stunned, Jiang Hai had already rescued AI Xiaoxi's father from the burly man's hands and pulled him to the side. "Uncle, are you okay? Dad, are you okay? Dad, you bastards." Seeing that Jiang Hai had rescued their father, AI Xiaoxi and her brother immediately ran over to check on their father's injuries. After discovering that he was fine, AI Xiaoxi couldn't help but be furious. He wanted to fight with his father, but he was stopped by Jiang Hai. "Oh, old fart, your family is here. That's a lot easier to talk about. Your father ruined my clothes, and now he wants to compensate me for it. I just bought this set of clothes for 12,000 yuan. I've worn it before, so I'll give you a discount. 10,000 yuan. Give it to me. If you can't take it out, old fart, I think your daughter is pretty good. Just play with us." Looking at Jiang Hai and the other 2, the burly man moved his wrist that was grabbed by Jiang Hai just now and said with a playful face, "Brother Hao, they're all locals." Hearing that his big brother seemed to want to make a big deal out of this matter, not only to extort money, but also to kidnap the girl, one of his underlings behind him walked to his side and whispered, "Brother Hao, they're all locals. So what if they're locals? We're just playing with them. It's not like they will break anything. Look at her face. Who knows what she will do? At most, we will just throw her 200 yuan after we are done." Hearing his underling's words, the man named Zhang Hao couldn't help but curl his lips and then laugh disdainfully. Hearing what he said, many of his underlings behind him also laughed. On the other side, AI Xiaoxi's face was also gloomy, and her whole body was trembling with anger. Looking at her appearance, Jiang Hai patted her shoulder. Since AI Xiaoxi's father was fine, then he didn't need to be polite. He walked straight to these people. "You, how much is your clothes?" Pointing to Zhang Hao's scratch clothes, Jiang Hai asked him. 10,000 yuan. Boy, are you going to stand up?" Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Zhang Hao's eyes narrowed, and he said with disdain, Chapter 581. 10,000? 10,000 is fine. This shirt is mine. When Jiang Hai heard his words, he waved to AI Xiaoxi and took out a stack of money from her bag. This was the money that Jiang Hai had just bought the car. He was afraid that he couldn't swipe his card to get a license plate at the Department of Motor Vehicles. He didn't know that he could swipe his card until he went there. Therefore, Jiang Hai now had 20,000 yuan, and this was 10,000 of it. Seeing Jiang Hai throw 10,000 yuan over, Brother Hao was obviously stunned. In fact, he came here to look for trouble. He couldn't believe that an old man selling leeks had 10,000 yuan in cash. but now he had to believe it. Okay, this is the end of it. You have guts. Although he deliberately came here to look for trouble, in the face of real money, Brother Hao was still ready to let them go today. He didn't believe that these people would not come to town. He took the money, looked at it, and felt that it was enough. He stuffed it into his trouser pocket and then was ready to leave. Wait a minute, did you forget something? Seeing that the man was about to turn and leave, Jiang Hai called out to stop him. What? You want to give me another 10,000? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Brother Hao turned his head and asked with a look of displeasure. No, your clothes are mine. I'll have to trouble you to take it off. Jiang Hai shook his head and said to Jiang Hao. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Jiang Hao couldn't help but open his mouth. Jiang Hai was right, so he winked at his underling. This underling went to the stall selling clothes next to him and brought back a new shirt. Jiang Hao directly took off the shirt in front of everyone, threw it at Jiang Hai's feet, and put on the new shirt. This time I'm leaving. In his opinion, changing clothes in public was not a big deal. Looking at Jiang Hai's appearance, he chuckled and turned to leave, but this time Jiang Hai stopped him again. What? There's something else. Hearing Jiang Hai call out to him again, Jiang Hao couldn't help but frown and said with a cold expression, It's nothing. Your problem has been solved, but my uncle's problem hasn't been solved yet. My uncle has a total of 8 footprints on his body. I'll just treat it as 8 of your footprints. Each of your footprints is worth 1,000,000 yuan, so the total is 8,000,000 yuan. The chives on the ground were carefully raised by my uncle. Each one costs 10,000 yuan. I'll give you a round number. Take 20 million, and we'll call it even. Jiang Hai said calmly as he pointed at AI Xiaoxi's father and the chives on the ground. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the onlookers couldn't help but gasp. 20 million. It was as if saying these 3 words from their mouths required a lot of courage. But looking at Jiang Hai's understatement, it didn't seem like he was joking, and these people's faces instantly darkened. Jiang Hao stretched his neck and walked over with a gloomy face. Boy, are you joking? Looking at Jiang Hai, Jiang Hao's pair of dead fish eyes rolled and looked at him. No, I'm serious. Also, don't get so close to me. You have bad breath. Hearing Jiang Hao's words, Jiang Hai said indifferently. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Jiang Hao's eyes narrowed, and he roared with a face full of anger. Go. Kill them for me. Leave that woman for me, hit. Hearing Jiang Hao's order, several of his underlings behind him rushed up immediately. Looking at Jiang Hai standing still, they thought that Jiang Hai was scared silly. They went up and kicked Jiang Hai's chest. After this kick, Jiang Hai took a step back, and then a smile appeared on his face. This time it's self-defense. After staying in the United States for a long time, Jiang Hai played this trick of deceiving and counterattacking very well every time. Looking at the shoe print on his chest, Jiang Hai chuckled, and then without saying a word, he stepped aside and dodged a second person's kick, and a fist directly hit this person's face. The huge impact seemed to make this person's face sink, and he flew straight back like a sack. After hitting a stall, his head tilted and he fainted, but at this time his face was already covered with blood, his nose was collapsed, and a few of his front teeth were knocked out. But at this time, the other punks didn't know this. Because they had already rushed over, Jiang Hai never meant to be merciful when dealing with these punks. Without saying a word, he went up and hit a person's temple, directly sending this person flying out horizontally. After landing, he was stunned. This blow would at least cause a severe concussion, and it was impossible for him to get up. With another sidestep, he dodged the other hoodlum's fist. Grabbing the hoodlum's arm, Jiang Hai bent it without hesitation. With a scream, the gangster's arm was instantly bent by Jiang Hai at a 90-degree angle. Seeing Jiang Hai cripple 3 of his underlings in an instant, the last underling who ran slower and hadn't attacked yet was stunned. His whole body was stunned, looking at Jiang Hai. Now he really didn't know whether to advance or retreat. On the other side, AI Xiaodeng and AI Xiaoxi's father were also stunned, because they really didn't expect Jiang Hai to have such a strong fighting power and to be so ruthless. In AI Xiaowi's eyes, Jiang Hai's originally abnormally tall figure seemed to be a lot taller. Now he was still a hot-blooded youth, and it would be strange if he didn't admire such a person with such explosive fighting power. Behind this punk, Zhang Hao's eyes were not only a trace of confusion and a trace of fear, but also a trace of ruthlessness. He really didn't expect Jiang Hai to be a martial artist. Behind his back, he quietly took out a switchblade from his waist. As he took out the switchblade, he went forward and pushed the punk. This punk subconsciously ran towards Jiang Hai. His face was full of fear, but Jiang Hai didn't care about him and directly kicked this guy in the face. The huge impact directly kicked this guy to the ground, and he covered his face, losing the ability to fight. "Go to hell!" But at this moment, Zhang Hao shouted and stabbed Jiang Hai's stomach with the switchblade from behind. Looking at Zhang Hao's movement, Jiang Hai's eyes narrowed. This guy wanted to kill him. If this was the United States, Jiang Hai could directly kill him, but now he was in Huaxia, and Jiang Hai couldn't easily kill people. So looking at Zhang Hao's movement, Jiang Hai sighed. Sometimes in China, he felt that his hands and feet were tied, and it was really uncomfortable. However, although he couldn't take his life, Jiang Hai wasn't someone to be trifled with. Looking at the dagger stabbing towards him, Jiang Hai didn't say anything. He grabbed the hand holding the dagger with one hand and grabbed his elbow with the other. He directly bent his arm back with this force. He didn't give Zhang Hao any chance at all. The switchblade directly stabbed into his left shoulder. The dagger pierced his shoulder. Zhang Hao was also stunned. At most, he was just a small bully. Usually, he was quite good at fighting, but this time, he was scared to death. At the same time, he also felt a sharp pain. Looking at Zhang Hao lying on the ground with his arms around his shoulders, Jiang Hai clapped his hands. With this, they still dare to come out and rob? Young man, run quickly. This Zhang Hao's uncle is the deputy director of the town police station. When we saw the conflict just now, we had already called the police. I think the police will be here soon. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave. Seeing that Jiang Hai stood here without any intention to run, an old man next to him couldn't help but come over and said to Jiang Hai. Hearing the old man's words, Jiang Hai smiled and nodded, but he didn't mean to leave. Scared? This word had never appeared in his dictionary. Was the deputy director of a police station very powerful? At least Jiang Hai didn't think so. Who told him to have so much money? But this didn't mean that he would just wait. Picking up the phone, Jiang Hai called Moses Adams. Of course, he didn't ask him to come over to deal with this. It was too troublesome to ask him to come over, but he could recommend the top lawyer in Huaxia. After listening to the call from Jiang Hai, Moses Adams, who was about to fall asleep at this time, woke up in an instant. He immediately searched and then gave Jiang Hai a phone number. After recording the phone number, Jiang Hai called the owner of the phone. After giving the name, the person immediately became respectful. The person introduced by Moses Adams was a top lawyer in the capital of Huaxia. There was no problem with his ability. But in terms of reputation, it is indeed a lot worse than those big lawyer groups. And people like Jiang Hai, who has a net worth of 10 billion yuan, generally speaking, are unlikely to look for him. This is also an opportunity for him to look for him. He immediately agreed and immediately bought a plane ticket to come here. According to him, almost 3 hours was enough. Jiang Hai didn't say anything about this. He just stood there and waited for the arrival of the police. If these police came and followed the normal procedure, then Jiang Hai would only sue Zhang Hao and a few others. But if some melodramatic plot happened after the police came, then Jiang Hai might turn the world upside down. In fact, he had a lot of cards in the country. The Cheese Group and the National Security Agency, no matter which one, were at the highest level. If he was talking about face, then he wouldn't give anyone face. If everything was done according to legal procedures, then Jiang Hai would have nothing to say. If they were still playing dirty, then Jiang Hai wouldn't cover it up for them. He had the strength to overturn all of this. Just as Jiang Hai finished the phone call, less than 5 minutes later, several police cars appeared outside the crowd. Then several policemen came over from the crowd. Looking at the scene in front of them, these policemen's eyes couldn't help but freeze. Who is the informant? Looking at the situation at this time, a middle-aged policeman shouted loudly to the surroundings. Uncle Zheng, This kid stabbed me with a knife. You have to uphold justice for me." Probably hearing the voice of the middle-aged policeman, Zhang Hao, who was lying on the ground and was about to faint, couldn't help but shout to the middle-aged policeman. Chapter 582. Hearing Zhang Hao's words, everyone's heart skipped a beat. AI Xiaoxi's family of 3 thought that they were in trouble. AI Xiaoxi knew that Jiang Hai had some power in the country. Thinking about the Qi clan, Jiang Hai understood. With the Qi clan as his backer, not to mention Zhang Hao, even if Jiang Hai wanted to deal with the town's mayor, it wouldn't be a problem. The only problem was that the county magistrate wasn't as good as the current mayor. The Qi family's name was indeed useful, but what if the other party directly arrested them and forced them to confess and directly convicted them? Then the Qi family would be useless. It had to be admitted that sometimes people watch too much news and movies. They would have a slight paranoia. Whenever something happened, they would always plan for the worst. However, one must always be vigilant. Who knew if such a thing would happen, especially in a place far away from the emperor? When AI Xiaowi saw the police come in, he also thought about this. Then, he took out his mobile phone and began to record. He did not know that the glasses on Jiang Hai's face were not only used as a driving recorder. His glasses were also recording the whole process. Otherwise, he would not have been so heavy-handed. Like the AI family of 3, Jiang Hai's heart also skipped a beat. However, he was not afraid like them. He was a little excited. In the past, he often read novels like this. The gangsters colluded with the police, the officials, and the gangsters. Then, the protagonist beat up the gangsters. The police came and arrested the protagonist without saying a word. Then, they took him to the police station and tortured him. At the critical moment, the protagonist's connections played a role. The lawyer or something came and slapped the gangsters in the face. Although it was melodramatic, more than 90% of urban novels had such a scene. There were so many articles in the world. Jiang Hai was not sure if he would be so inspired in the future. However, if they dared to do so, it would be strange if Jiang Hai did not turn this place upside down. One had to know that his roots were not in the country, but in the country, he knew the top existences. He had money, power, and influence. Although a powerful dragon could not suppress a local snake, he did not consider the problem of whether or not to occupy this place. What connections? What friendships? They were useless in his eyes. If anyone dared to touch him, he would uproot them. Yes, uprooting. Not only did they want to arrest Zhang Hao, Zhang Hao's uncle Umbrella, the director of the police station, and the mayor of the town were also arrested. If the supervision was not good enough, they would all be fired. Why did Jiang Hai make money? A better and more comfortable environment was inevitable. But other than that, it was even more important to smash these people that he had disliked in the past. However, what surprised Jiang Hai was that the man Zhang Hao called Uncle Zheng didn't immediately walk over with a straight face and handcuff him without saying a word. Instead, he stood in place and looked around before walking toward Zhang Hao and the others. The policeman behind him also checked the injuries of the thugs and immediately called for an ambulance. As for the policeman surnamed Zheng, he squatted in front of Zhang Hao and looked at him so seriously. "Tell me, did you drink again? Why are you disobedient? Why are you drinking in the daytime?" Pointing at Zhang Hao, the policeman surnamed Zheng couldn't help but say sternly. Hearing the words of the policeman surnamed Zheng, not only Zhang Hao, but everyone was stunned. Even Jiang Hai was stunned. He didn't understand. What was going on? What did this have to do with whether the kid drank or not? At this time, shouldn't the police directly rush over, take him away, and then carry on with the drama? What's wrong with the situation? Just as Jiang Hai was puzzled, Zhang Hao reacted. I drank a little at noon, but Uncle Zheng, I didn't drink too much. Hey, why is there a dagger on my arm? Looking at the policeman surnamed Zheng, Zhang Hao was a little puzzled, but he continued to follow his words. Because he knew that the policeman surnamed Zheng was his uncle's confidant, it was impossible for him not to help him. Even if he didn't help him on the surface, he would definitely help him behind his back. But now that he said this, the situation was not good. "Kid, behave yourself. You take him to the hospital. Seeing Zhang Hao react, the police officer, surnamed Zheng, snorted coldly and then said to the police officers behind him. Then these police officers gathered them together and waited for the 120 to come. As for the policeman, surnamed Zheng, he walked in front of Jiang Hai with a smile on his face. This time, it should be that bastard who caused this. I'm really sorry. If you have any losses, I will inform the kid's family and make up for your losses. We are all from the same village. There is no need to be too stiff, right? Moreover, they're also injured like that. Looking at Jiang Hai, the policeman surnamed Zheng said with a smile, "What's the situation with you guys?" Looking at this policeman, Jiang Hai was more and more confused. Is this still our people's police? When did he become so easy to talk to? Jiang Hai has never seen such an easygoing policeman in his life. What else can it be? We also know that this bastard usually does not do good things on the surface, so we also came to deal with it. There is no need to make this matter too big. If you want to settle it privately, then let's forget about it. If you want to go through civil lawsuit, then come back with us to make a statement. Who is responsible will be compared at that time. Hearing Jiang Hai's puzzled remarks, the policeman surnamed Zheng also chuckled and then said to Jiang Hai. Looking at his appearance, Jiang Hai was a little confused. Then he looked back at AI Xiaoxi and found that they were also a little confused. Could it be that there's a high-ranking official here? You guys have changed your approach. Looking at these people in front of him, Jiang Hai said with some doubts. But if this matter is settled like this, Jiang Hai has no way to pursue it. After all, AI Xiaoxi's father had only been kicked a few times, but these guys would have to lie in bed for at least 2 or 3 months to recover. Moreover, Jiang Hai had to consider for the AI family. If he really offended these local tyrants, it would be fine if he was here, but if he wasn't, it would be a little troublesome. Oh, what do you think of my proposal? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the policeman surnamed Zheng did not say anything, but asked Jiang Hai. At the same time, his eyes were also looking at AI Xiaoxi's father. Okay, but you have to ask him to return the 10,000 yuan he took from us. Hearing the policeman's words, AI Xiaoxi's father was still afraid of trouble. Since ancient times, people did not fight with officials. This sentence was also true in modern times. The magistrate who destroyed the family. The county magistrate who destroyed the family. Although the other party is not the county magistrate here, his authority is not small. Now is a new society, and they don't dare to be so brazen. After all, this place is not far from Wei City, and it is not a place that is completely ungoverned. But if the other party wants to mess with you, they will have to suffer for a long time. So after hesitating for a while, AI Xiaoxi's father decided to let it go. He won't die from a few kicks. This is what we should do. Although he did not know what happened, the policeman surnamed Zheng immediately reacted. He went to Zhang Hao and took out the 10,000 yuan that Jiang Hai gave him from his pocket, then returned it to Jiang Hai and the others. After getting the money, AI Xiaoxi's father left with Jiang Hai and the others. This made Jiang Hai a little unhappy. After saving the video, he called the lawyer he had just contacted and told him not to come over for the time being. Jiang Hai was also afraid that these guys might have something up their sleeves. If they waited for them to leave, then these people would make things difficult for them. After all, he had read a lot of dark novels before. Killing and arson were not something that these people would not dare to do. Seeing Jiang Hai and the others leave, the policeman surnamed Zheng could not help but let out a long sigh. He gently wiped the sweat on his forehead. At this moment, the ambulance arrived. The policeman surnamed Zheng sat next to Zhang Hao and got into the ambulance together. Uncle Zheng, did some big shot come to town? You were so careful today. After getting into the ambulance, Zhang Hao stopped pretending to be drunk. He held his shoulder and raised his head, gritted his teeth, and asked the middle-aged policeman with a puzzled expression. There haven't been any big shots in town recently, but the one you offended is a big shot. Hearing Zhang Hao's words, the policeman surnamed Zheng glanced at him and then said lightly. Hearing what he said, Zhang Hao was a little puzzled. In fact, just as Jiang Hai thought just now, this guy was deliberately looking for trouble, so he still had some understanding of the AI family. The only promising daughter of the AI family was working in a modeling company in the capital. Such a person could be considered a big shot. Don't bully him because he was not educated. He did not think that Jiang Hai was a powerful person. Go back and ask your uncle. If your uncle doesn't beat you, I will let you come back and beat me. The person you just offended is called Jiang Hai. He's a super rich man. His wife's family runs a first-tier company in the capital, and he's also in contact with the people at the top. I'm sure that if I said a wrong word just now, not only me, your whole family will have to pay for you in prison. Looking at Zhang Hao in front of him, the policeman surnamed Zheng couldn't help but snort coldly and said with a threatening face, "Hiss." Hearing his words, Zhang Hao was also stunned. He really couldn't see that Jiang Hai had so much power. I hope he will give up. Seeing that Zhang Hao knew how powerful he was, the policeman surnamed Zheng couldn't help but sigh and whisper. The reason why he knew about Jiang Hai was mainly because of a document. 2 months ago, when Jiang Hai was in China, he told the people at the top that he wanted to get some livestock back to the United States, and the donkeys in Lu province were also one of his goals. So in order to avoid trouble, the people in Lu province had quietly sent a message about Jiang Hai, telling the people below not to provoke this guy. The policeman surnamed Zheng obviously had a good memory. He still remembered it after 2 months. Chapter 583. The people here naturally didn't know what Jiang Hai was doing in the United States, but they knew about the relationship between Jiang Hai and the Qi group and the relationship with the higher-ups. This could be found out with a simple investigation. It was something on the surface, but it was something that these people couldn't afford to provoke. So after hearing the words of the police officer, surnamed Zhang Hao was honest. He knew that he was stabbed in vain. It was actually quite good to be stabbed. If he really did something wrong, his entire family would be in trouble. His whole family had been arrested. Not to mention whether he would die in prison. Even if he was released, he would have to live with his tail between his legs. All these years, he had offended a lot of people. Whether he would continue to live, who knew? For a while, the whole ambulance was quiet. After sending these people to the hospital in the town, those who needed to be registered and those who needed to be hospitalized could only be considered unlucky. After the police officer, surnamed Zheng, helped with these, he left first. He had to talk to his boss about this matter. Not long after he left, a guy with a sharp mouth and monkey-like cheeks came in from the outside with a basket of fruits. "Brother Hao, are you okay?" Looking at Zhang Hao, who was wrapped in 3 layers of clothes after taking out the dagger, the monkey-like man asked in a low voice while walking inside. But when he heard his voice, Zhang Hao opened his eyes in an instant. Without looking, he directly picked up the remaining water that the police officer surnamed Zheng had just drunk and threw it at the door. This person clearly didn't expect Zhang Hao to throw the water directly at him. He didn't dodge for a while and was hit on the head by the water bottle, which instantly caused a big bruise. "Ouch, ouch, ouch, Brother Hao, what are you doing?" Covering his head, this person couldn't help but scream. He really didn't understand what this guy was doing. He was fine just now. Why did he suddenly go crazy? Why? I want to ask you why. What did you tell me? The AI family is an ordinary carpenter family? F*CKU. Do you know who is the man that the girl you like has found? How dare you come over here? Looking at this guy, Zhang Hao roared loudly. Hearing his words, that guy's face was full of doubts and puzzlement. In fact, today's matter was a trap. The sharp-mouthed, monkey-cheeked man was none other than Lu Lao-san, the son of the village chief. His name was Lu Zheng, but he really didn't know which part of him was righteous. His face was slanted and his heart was evil. There was nothing righteous about him. Although Lu Zheng's father made money by enclosing land in the village, he was still able to do things well because he was from the village. After all, this place wasn't too far from Wei City. If they really caused a ruckus, no one would be able to save them. Therefore, he wouldn't do anything to AI Xiaoxi just because her father didn't want to marry her to his son. If this matter didn't work out, it wouldn't work out. But Lu Zheng couldn't. He wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. After seeing AI Xiaoxi, he was really shocked. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to AI Xiaoxi's uncle and aunt to talk about this. But the day before yesterday, when he found out that AI Xiaoxi had brought her boyfriend back, he was furious. He wanted to find trouble with Jiang Hai, but he heard that AI Xiaoxi's boyfriend was more than 190 centimeters tall and strong. In addition, the AI family had some reputation in the village. It was impossible for him to find someone from the village to find trouble with Jiang Hai. Just as he was worrying, he saw AI Xiaoxi and her family of 4 driving to town today. So he took note of it. He specifically looked for Zhang Hao, who was also not a good person, and promised him 5,000 yuan to help him give Jiang Hai and the others a lesson. He didn't need to make a big deal out of it. He just needed to beat up Old Man AI first. After attracting Jiang Hai's attention, he would beat up Jiang Hai. Then, he would come out to save the beauty at this time. First, he wanted to let Jiang Hai know the difficulty and back off. Second, he would gain prestige, and it was very likely that he would win the beauty's heart. But who knew that Jiang Hai's background was much more powerful than he imagined? And he was so good at fighting. Just now, he had been hiding behind the crowd and watching all of this happen. It was really too dramatic. So now he had to buy some fruits to visit Zhang Hao. He originally thought that Zhang Hao was scared in the end because there was a high-ranking official in town. But now, it seemed that this Jiang Hai was someone he could mess with. Hearing Zhang Hao's roar, Lu Zheng couldn't do anything except stand there and smile. Let me tell you, today's matter is all your fault. Quickly send the 5,000 yuan to me, and also the medical expenses of my brothers. I tell you, if there's a penny missing, I'll make you suffer. Seeing that Lu Zheng had been scared by him and the big bump on his head, Zhang Hao took a deep breath and then put forward his request. It's my duty, it's my duty. Although this matter didn't succeed, it was necessary to pay some blood. Lu Zheng immediately nodded. At the same time, the fire in his heart for AI Xiaoxi was extinguished a lot. People like him were not as infatuated and single-minded as Yu Hongji. He just wanted to do something when he saw the beauty. Now that he knew that this beauty was not someone he could afford to offend, he would learn to let go. He had no choice but to let go. In his eyes, he was the most important. It was not worth it to lose his family's happiness for a girl. Regardless of how Zhang Hao and Lu Zheng talked about this, on the other side, Jiang Hai and the other 3 were on their way home. Jiang Hai was also a little puzzled. The plot was not right. This was supposed to be the rhythm of 3 or 5 chapters. Why did it suddenly end? This made him a little depressed. It was like doing something with a beauty. The front part was almost done, but the beauty told you that her relatives came. She had hemorrhoids and mouth ulcers. She just did it. It was fake. It was as if he couldn't pick it up. It was really unpleasant. He couldn't even pretend to be a fool anymore. How could there be true love in this world? While Jiang Hai was depressed, AI Xiaoxi's father didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He remembered that when he came, he specifically told Jiang Hai that he didn't need to buy a car for AI Xiaowi. In the end, he didn't look after AI Xiaowi for a few hours, and AI Xiaowi bought a new car. And it didn't look cheap. AI Xiaoxi's father, who had never owed anyone anything in his life, couldn't help but sigh. His family owed Jiang Hai too much. Although there was a layer of relationship between Jiang Hai and AI Xiaoxi. But he didn't want his daughter to be a person with no right to speak beside Jiang Hai. In the northern region, male chauvinism was rampant. Although AI Xiaoxi's father was afraid of his wife, he still had the final say in the family's matters. For example, when AI Xiaoxi wanted to go to college, the family's income, expenses, and so on, he had the final say. In his opinion, Jiang Hai was from Bing City and was probably a male chauvinist. Under such circumstances, if his daughter wanted to have a say in the family, she would either have to rely on her family or herself. Since he couldn't count on her family, he could only count on AI Xiaoxi herself. If Jiang Hai knew what AI Xiaoxi's father was thinking, he would probably die of embarrassment. In fact, he wasn't a good man at all. The 2 cars returned to the small village one after the other and stopped in front of AI Xiaoxi's house. It attracted a lot of attention from the neighbors. When they saw AI Xiaowi get out of the car, the discussion became louder. Because of the delay in town, Jiang Hai couldn't catch up with AI Xiaoxi today. So Jiang Hai and the others stayed at home for the whole afternoon. The next day, AI Shall We, who had just bought a new car, couldn't resist the urge to touch the car. So Jiang Hai, AI Xiaoxi, and AI Shall We drove to Wei City. After returning Jiang Hai's rental car, the three of them rode in AI Shall We's new car and went around Wei City for a while before returning home at night. But when they returned home, the small village was in an uproar. Almost everyone in the village knew that the AI family was rich this time. AI Xiaoxi had found a rich man outside. This man was young, good-looking, big, and had a good temper. Most importantly, the incident at the market yesterday had spread. He could fight, protect others, and most importantly, it seemed that the police in town were quite afraid of him. With all these things gathered together, it seemed that Jiang Hai was the perfect rich husband. They had no way of finding a good son-in-law like Jiang Hai. But AI Shall We, a young man who was originally not conspicuous in the small village, had entered the eyes of many people. In the past, AI Shall We had undergone major surgery and might not live long. He didn't have any skills to make a living. If any family's daughter married him, it would be looking for trouble. Naturally, he wouldn't be welcomed by others. But now it was different. AI Xiaoxi found Jiang Hai, which meant that the rich man Jiang Hai was AI Shall We's brother-in-law. If AI Shall We had any problems in the future, this brother-in-law would definitely help him. Most importantly, with a car, AI Shall We could pull some strings here. This was a business that was guaranteed to be profitable. They were quite interested in this. For a while, many anxious people had already stepped over the threshold to discuss it. However, there were still some people who were waiting to see if AI Shall We had the good fortune to do so. Such a change, in the eyes of the AI family, was something to be happy about. Because of Jiang Hai's arrival, the family had become lively again. Perhaps these past few days were the happiest days that the AI family had in the past 2 years. But time always passed by. In the blink of an eye, there was only one day left in September. Jiang Hai and the others would leave tomorrow. Chapter 584. There was an old saying that went, "No one cares about the poor in the city, but the rich have distant relatives in the deep mountains." But sometimes, the old saying wasn't accurate. Another old saying went, "Good news never leaves the house, but bad news travels 1,000 miles." Now that the AI family had found Jiang Hai, this should be considered a good thing. But this good news didn't stay hidden. Therefore, it didn't take long for the news to spread. The news that AI Xiaoxi had found a young, rich, good-looking, good-natured, and strong boyfriend spread in the nearby small village within a day. But Jiang Hai didn't care about this, because his relationship with AI Xiaoxi was indeed like that. Although it seemed a little complicated, Jiang Hai wouldn't deny this news. These days, some middle-aged women in the village often happened to pass by AI Xiaoxi's house. If they saw the AI family, they would greet them warmly and conveniently ask about Jiang Hai's situation. Just like this, the news of Jiang Hai's group spread in the small village without them noticing. On the 30th of September, Jiang Hai's group originally booked a flight for the 1st of October, which was the day before they left. AI Xiaoxi's mother's relatives brought gifts to AI Xiaoxi's house. But looking at the things they brought, Jiang Hai chuckled. Eggs, chickens, and even steamed buns. What the hell is this? After putting these things in AI Xiaoxi's house, they directly picked up the cigarettes that Jiang Hai bought for AI Xiaoxi's father and started to smoke. They also knew that the price of these cigarettes wasn't cheap. A box of these cigarettes was equivalent to the things they brought over. So naturally, they were happy to smoke. In the countryside, there were many women who smoked. For a while, it was as if the house was set on fire, causing smoke to swirl around. Jiang Hai didn't smoke, and AI Xiaoxi naturally didn't smoke either. AI Shall We had learned to smoke before, but now that his body was in such a state, wouldn't it be too slow for him to smoke? Therefore, the three of them went out and played at the beach for the whole afternoon. They only came back when it was time for lunch. Although these people had gone overboard when the AI family suffered a disaster a while ago, they were still relatives after all. Since they wanted to mend their relationship, AI Xiaoxi's mother was quite happy. He made a table full of good wine and dishes to entertain these people. When these people were at the table, their main target was Jiang Hai. Little Jiang, you're welcome. Come to your uncle and Annie's place as if you're at home. Come eat. Once they were seated at the table, AI Xiaoxi's eldest aunt spoke to Jiang Hai enthusiastically. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai felt a little embarrassed. Logically speaking, they were real relatives. If they were close, there was nothing wrong with what they said. But the problem was that they weren't close to each other in the first place. Why did they come here to pretend to be seniors? Hearing her words, AI Xiaoxi felt a little awkward. Come. Eat. Seeing that the atmosphere at the table was a little awkward, AI Xiaoxi's mother started to make arrangements. When Jiang Hai heard AI Xiaoxi's mother's words, he smiled and began to eat. But before he could eat 2 mouthfuls, AI Xiaoxi's eldest uncle appeared again. He held a glass of wine and gestured for Jiang Hai to drink. Drinking with elders was like this. Jiang Hai didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up the wine in front of him and drank a glass. After drinking this glass of wine, AI Xiaoxi's eldest uncle's chatterbox was opened. His behavior as an elder was really full of style. Little Jiang, you said that we came here mainly to see your new son-in-law. You said that you haven't come back for the whole afternoon. We don't know much about you. I heard that you have some assets. Where did you get them from? Looking at Jiang Hai, AI Xiaoxi's eldest uncle said with a serious face. Hearing his words, the others at the table were still eating, but their ears pricked up. To be honest, the reason they came here was because of Jiang Hai. This news was very important. Oh, I raise cattle in America. However, Jiang Hai wasn't stupid. He naturally knew why these people asked him this question, so he played it down. This wasn't the time to be pretentious, although Jiang Hai liked to pretend to be pretentious. But this also needed to pay attention to the timing. Sometimes, not saying anything was the best time to pretend. Raising cattle in America? Why not raise them in Huaxia? Why do you have to go so far away to raise cattle? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, AI Xiaoxi's eldest aunt said with a strange face. In their view, cattle were cattle. Cattle were only divided into ordinary cattle and dairy cows. She didn't understand what kind of cattle and what kind of cattle were. A pound of beef sold for thousands of yuan, in their view, only existed in nonsense stories. No matter whether others believed it or not, they wouldn't believe it. Originally, they thought that Jiang Hai was doing business or something like that. They really didn't think that Jiang Hai was raising cattle in America. Oh, the land in America is cheap. Hearing AI Xiaoxi's eldest aunt's words, Jiang Hai said very calmly. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, AI Xiaoxi's eldest uncle and eldest aunt looked at each other and they didn't say anything. Then don't you have any ideas? He also raises cattle in China. You see, your eldest aunt's husband usually has nothing to do. If you raise cattle in China, your family can help you look after them. After finding out what Jiang Hai was doing, AI Xiaoxi's eldest aunt couldn't help but laugh and say. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but curse in his heart. Shameless. Why should Jiang Hai spend money to raise cattle in China and ask your family to look after them? Is he crazy? Why did he give up his ranch in America and come back to open a ranch here? If he really did this, his brain would be pierced. I don't have this idea for the time being. The land in China can't be inherited, so I don't have any feelings for this land. Hearing AI Xiaoxi's eldest aunt's words, Jiang Hai directly refused without leaving any room for negotiation. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, not only AI Xiaoxi's eldest uncle and eldest aunt's face fell, but her eldest aunt's and eldest aunt's husband's faces also fell. Staying in America is not a long-term solution. After all, it's the foreigner's territory. It's not as comfortable as here, but everyone has their own ambitions. Little Jiang, I heard that the cattle raised abroad are different from the cattle raised here, right? Seeing that the atmosphere at the dinner table was a little cold, AI Xiaoxi's eldest uncle asked Jiang Hai with a smile. Well, it's indeed different. Hearing AI Xiaoxi's eldest uncle's words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but look at her eldest uncle in a new light. He actually knew that this thing was different. This really surprised Jiang Hai. He thought that in their eyes, there was only the difference between cows and cows. People who didn't raise cattle really didn't know this. For example, in China, cattle and water buffaloes were the main breeds. Water buffaloes were big in size, but their meat wasn't delicious. Although the meat of cattle wasn't as delicious as the beef from abroad, the meat quality was at least better than that of water buffaloes. But most people still couldn't tell the difference between water buffaloes and cattle. This was a very rigid thing, and people in China didn't pay attention to this. I heard that beef from abroad is very expensive. I have some spare money here. I see that there are many people raising cattle here. Can you get me some of your cattle? I'll buy them. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, AI Xiaoxi's eldest uncle couldn't help but smile and say, after all, he was the youngest among these people. He also knew that it was unrealistic to get money from Jiang Hai with bare hands. It was just like when the AI family was in trouble, they didn't lend money. The money was theirs. If they wanted to borrow it, they could borrow it. If they didn't want to borrow it, they couldn't lend it. However, it was precisely because of this that their relationship with the AI family was a bit cold. After all, Jiang Hai was the son-in-law of the AI family. If Jiang Hai's money was from the AI family, then they might have a chance to get some money from him. But Jiang Hai's money was Jiang Hai's. It was normal for Jiang Hai to spend money on the AI family, but it was abnormal for him to spend it on them. So he thought of another way. Their neighbor's son was a college student. After graduating from college, he couldn't find a job, so he came over to raise cattle. Although he wasn't very successful, his vision was still there. Before coming, he specifically asked his neighbor. His neighbor had attended these classes before, so his neighbor knew that foreign cattle were much better than domestic cattle. Not only was the quality better, but the amount of meat produced was also more. If a cow was imported, it would be much more expensive than domestic cattle. A domestic beef cow could earn a few thousand yuan, but a foreign cow could earn tens of thousands of yuan. It was even more valuable than a domestic cow. It was precisely because of this that he was moved. After seeing his elder brother and elder sister being stifled, he expressed his thoughts. This may not work, but unfortunately, his proposal was the most difficult one for Jiang Hai. Why? In his opinion, Jiang Hai really didn't give him face by rejecting him like this. He didn't want it for free. He gave the money, but Jiang Hai didn't even do anything and directly rejected him. What did this mean? Foreign cattle are much better than domestic cattle. I think Uncle also knows this. But why is it that foreign cattle are better than domestic cattle, but China still doesn't import them? It's because foreign countries don't easily allow live cattle to go abroad, and China also doesn't allow foreign live cattle to enter Huaxia's market. Seeing her uncle's appearance, Jiang Hai thought for a moment and tried to explain it to him in layman terms. You haven't even tried. How do you know it won't work? But her uncle didn't listen to Jiang Hai's explanation. He still looked at Jiang Hai with an unhappy face. In his opinion, there was nothing in this world that couldn't be done with money. He was willing to spend money, but Jiang Hai still didn't do it. Then he looked down on him and didn't give him face. Jiang Hai just laughed at this. Seeing that reasoning couldn't be done, Jiang Hai didn't say anything. You can do whatever you want. Anyway, Jiang Hai can't get it in. Chapter 585. Next time, I don't want to come to your house. If your dad and mom want to see me, they can go my manor to play. It's first class to and fro. Rubbing his temples, Jiang Hai sat in the first-class cabin with a headache and said to AI Xiaoxi next to him. When AI Xiaoxi heard Jiang Hai's words, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Then, she patted Jiang Hai on the shoulder. Go to your manor? How are you going to hide your little lovers? Listening to Jiang Hai's words, AI Xiaoxi also leaned on Jiang Hai's arm and said with a smile, Last night's dinner, well, Jiang Hai was really unhappy. But he wasn't the only one who was unhappy. Almost everyone at the table was unhappy. AI Xiaoxi and her family didn't expect their relatives to be so shameless. After the meal, Lin Mingya and her family were stunned. After eating, the three families also left. After they left, Jiang Hai breathed a sigh of relief. Then, they stayed for another night. Early the next morning, AI Shui drove them to the airport in Wei City. The tickets were booked yesterday. Although the flight time was very short, Jiang Hai still got 2 first-class tickets. Of course, the first-class cabin of this kind of small plane couldn't be compared with the first-class cabin of those big planes. The sofa was bigger, the environment was better, and they didn't have to squeeze with others, but the price was more than twice as expensive. But domestic flights, no matter how expensive it was, Jiang Hai didn't care about more than 2,000 yuan per person. So, 2 first-class tickets were necessary. If they had money, what was the use of that money if not enjoying it? To give birth to children? Where did the little lovers come from? You think too much. Hearing AI Xiaoxi's words, Jiang Hai smiled awkwardly and said with a righteous face. But when he said it, he felt that his words were a little flustered. TCH, don't let me ask you. That Aphrodite, Dana, Hilda, and the others, don't say that you have a pure relationship with them. They are all trying to get into your bed. They say that you are so honest. Regardless of whether others believe it or not, I don't believe it. AI Xiaoxi pinched Jiang Hai's arm and couldn't help but say with some jealousy. Looking at her, Jiang Hai could only smile more awkwardly and have nothing else to say. In fact, unknowingly, the relationship between Jiang Hai and AI Xiaoxi was also changing. If it was before Jiang Hai came back this time, AI Xiaoxi wouldn't be jealous of Jiang Hai. How many women Jiang Hai had outside had nothing to do with her. Because she wasn't Jiang Hai's girlfriend, she wouldn't care how many women Jiang Hai had outside. The status of those women was actually not much different from her, so she wouldn't have such thoughts and thoughts. But this time, after Jiang Hai met her parents as her boyfriend, she couldn't help but have a ripple in her heart. To be honest, she now had the intention to take a step forward in her relationship with Jiang Hai. It seemed that she had to consider what Feng Yunshan had told her back then. But if she became Jiang Hai's girlfriend, she might have to accept that she wasn't the only one by Jiang Hai's side. This was what she was most conflicted about, and it was also what she needed to consider carefully. No one didn't want to be the only one by their man's side. But AI Xiaoxi couldn't do that, because at least she couldn't chase Feng Yunshan away. AI Xiaoxi didn't want to think about this for now. After watching a movie on the plane with Jiang Hai, the plane slowly landed at Bing City's Taiping International Airport. Wei City was not far from Bing City, and the plane arrived in no time. When Jiang Hai carried AI Xiaoxi's luggage out of the airport, he saw a group of people waiting for him from afar. Jiang Hai didn't inform too many people about his return this time. He didn't even tell Qi Li the exact time, but his buddies already knew that he was coming back. Before his plane landed, they had been waiting at the parking lot for a long time. When they saw Jiang Hai coming out, they couldn't help waving their hands. Seeing these buddies, Jiang Hai also smiled and walked over quickly. He gave them a punch first. This was their way of greeting each other. Of course, Jiang Hai had to hold back when he punched them. Otherwise, his buddies wouldn't be able to withstand his punch. You left for more than half a year and didn't even come back once. Are you really going to settle down in the U.S. and not come back? Looking at Jiang Hai, Huang Yunfei, who was about to be promoted to the groom, said with a smile, "You haven't seen this guy's manner before. If it were you, you wouldn't want to come back. It's so beautiful. You can eat, live, sleep, and have fun there. To be honest, if it weren't for my parents and my job here, I would have moved here to eat and live there." Hearing Huang Yunfei's words, Fu Yuan, who was the only one who had been there, said enviously, "It's fine. At least you have been there. We haven't been there." Hearing Fu Yuan's yearning words, Su Wei sighed and said to him. Hearing what he said, Jiang Hai also laughed. "It's not easy to come here. You have to solve the problem of the plane ticket. After you arrive, you can eat, drink, play, and have fun." Looking at the few brothers in front of him who were a little emotional, Jiang Hai also laughed. These small amounts of money for fun were not worth mentioning to him. But as mentioned before, he and these brothers were equal. The most annoying thing among the brothers was to be divided into superiors and subordinates. They didn't care who had more money and who had less money. The relationship between them was different from that between colleagues and friends. There was no way to count money in this relationship. Jiang Hai could give them all their money, but the other party would not accept it. They were going there to have fun, not to ask for help. Okay, this time I'm married. I've asked for half a month's leave. I can go and have fun then. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Huang Yunfei couldn't help but have some thoughts. He was not short of money. As a nurse, there was no such thing as a lack of money. Originally, he wanted to go to Europe for a honeymoon. He didn't care about spending 1 or 200,000 yuan. But going to Europe and the United States, 13 renminbi was about the same. Moreover, he could save some money. He could also go and have fun with Jiang Hai. This was a very happy thing. Let's see what he will say to his wife when he goes back. I don't seem to have anything to do recently. Count me in. Hearing that they were going to Jiang Hai's manor to have fun, Fu Yuan was also excited. Since the last time he went to Jiang Hai's manor, he had always wanted to go. This was an opportunity. I don't have anything to do recently, but I only have the money for the plane ticket. Hearing their words, Su Wei hesitated and said, Su Wei didn't have much work to do recently. It was almost winter, and Bing City was getting cold quickly. Therefore, a lot of work stopped in winter. In addition, after Fu Yuan came back last time, he bragged to Jiang Hai. The plane ticket was not expensive. Of course, the first-class ticket was expensive. But these old men didn't need to take the first class. They could just sit in the economy class for more than 10 hours. The economy class ticket from Beijing to the United States only cost more than 3,000 yuan. When it was cheaper, it could even be more than 2,000 yuan. When it was more than 1,000 yuan, they couldn't help but be tempted. Okay, come and have fun. Our manor is now open for tourism. There are many places to have fun. The last time Fu Yuan went there, he only played with my gun. This time, our shooting range has been expanded. You can go and have fun there. It's all mine. Hearing that these brothers wanted to go, Jiang Hai also laughed. They were going to his manor, and Jiang Hai was naturally very welcoming. Not for anything else, but for them to come to his manor to have fun. This could relieve Jiang Hai of a lot of boredom. As soon as they mentioned the gun, the sea, and the manor, Jiang Hai's brothers became excited and kept talking. Soon, Huang Yunfei, Su Wei, and Fu Yuan decided to go to Jiang Hai's manor to have fun. Xiang Hua, who came with them, couldn't. Although Xiang Hua had a close relationship with Jiang Hai, he didn't have much money. This didn't mean that he didn't even have 10,000 yuan, but it was because his wife had the final say in his family. The house he lived in now was bought by his wife, and his job was found by his father-in-law. In addition, his wife was pregnant, so he couldn't go to Jiang Hai's manor to have fun. He had no other choice but to sigh. At this time, Ai Xiaoxi also walked to Jiang Hai's side and stood next to Jiang Hai. The first person to notice Ai Xiaoxi was Huang Yunfei, the groom-to-be, but unfortunately, this groom-to-be wasn't a good person. Seeing a beautiful woman standing beside Jiang Hai couldn't help but cough subconsciously. Then, he deliberately turned his face to the side. His eyes that were originally teasing 13 also became deep as he looked at Ai Xiaoxi and smiled. Miss, is there anything I can help you with? When he saw Ai Xiaoxi looking at him, he couldn't help but ask softly. Oh, no need. Hearing Huang Yunfei's words, Ai Xiaoxi just smiled and then naturally held Jiang Hai's arm. Seeing this scene, Huang Yunfei almost fell, and the other people who came with him were also a little confused. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Ai Xiaoxi, my friend. She came back with me this time. This is Huang Yunfei. This is Fu Yuan. This is Su Wei. This is Xiang Hua. These are all my good brothers. Looking at their appearance, Jiang Hai smiled and introduced Ai Xiaoxi to everyone, and Ai Xiaoxi also nodded to them one by one. I was wondering, when did you have a girl's heart, getting a pink suitcase? Hearing Jiang Hai's introduction, Fu Yuan also nodded and said to Jiang Hai with a smile. It's said that men become bad when they are rich. Jiang Hai, you have become bad. As for Huang Yunfei, he also said with a smile. Chapter 586. We'll drop you off here first. My wedding is on Sunday, which is the day after tomorrow. If you're free the day after tomorrow, come over and help me out. After dropping Jiang Hai and AI Xiaoxi off at Jiang Hai's house, Huang Yunfei specifically reminded him. Hearing Huang Yunfei's words, Jiang Hai also nodded, indicating that he understood. Although Huang Yunfei had a lot of money, some things cannot be done with money. As his buddy, Huang Yunfei had to help out since he was back. For example, he had to shoot balloons and tie them up. The next morning, when they set off, he had to bring bricks and red paper to cover the manhole in his neighborhood. This was also what people in Bing City said. Jiang Hai had never attended a wedding in another city, so he did not know what people in other places said. On the morning of the wedding, he had to go downstairs to help out with the flowers and candy boxes. There were 8 pieces of candy and a pack of cigarettes in each candy box. There must be chocolate in the candy boxes. Of course, Huang Yunfei's father was the one who found someone to take care of all these things. Jiang Hai and the rest were only going to help out with the balloons and flowers. They did not need Jiang Hai and the rest to help out with the wedding. But on the morning of the wedding, they had to knock down the door. After talking to Jiang Hai, they saw that Jiang Hai and the others had been sitting in the car for a long time. They were also a bit tired. So, they left first, and Jiang Hai and Jiang Xiaoxi returned to Jiang Hai's house in Bing City. Of course, before sending Jiang Hai and the rest home, they went for a meal. This was also considered as taking advantage of Jiang Hai. The meal was authentic Harbu cuisine. The main dish was double-cooked pork. This was Jiang Hai's favorite dish. Of course, other than double-cooked pork, char pork strips was also his favorite dish. Anyway, he was very interested in all kinds of dishes. After returning home, although Jiang Hai had bought the house, it had been empty for a long time, so there was a lot of dust. Therefore, there was no way to live in it directly. They had to clean it up first. However, with Jiang Hai's laziness, just him and AI Xiaoxi were definitely not enough. After plugging in the water heater, Jiang Hai called Feng Yunshen, who had already returned, and told her to come over and help clean up the room. You only thought of me at this time. Jiang Hai and Feng Yunshen were junior high school classmates. When they were in junior high school, except for a few people who pursued the key points, most of them went to school according to the district, especially people like Jiang Hai who didn't study well. Feng Yunshen's home was only about 3 stops away from Jiang Hai's home. After receiving a call from Jiang Hai, she came directly. 20 minutes later, the water in the water heater was hot, and Feng Yunshen also came. Sister Chun, you are the main force. Looking at Feng Yunshen, AI Xiaoxi couldn't help but say with a smile. You are happy this time. Jiang Hai accompanied you back home, but this kid can't accompany me back. Looking at the smile on AI Xiaoxi's face, Feng Yunshen rolled her eyes at Jiang Hai and then said to AI Xiaoxi, Why? Hearing Feng Yunshen say this, AI Xiaoxi couldn't help but ask curiously, What do you think? But her words only got a supercilious look from Feng Yunshen. Hearing her words, AI Xiaoxi couldn't help but stick out her tongue. Feng Yunshen's home was indeed a little different. Ignoring the slow AI Xiaoxi and Jiang Hai who pretended not to hear, Feng Yunshen looked around and found a pair of rubber gloves that Jiang Hai didn't know how long they had been there. She put them on, got some hot water, put a rag on, and helped to clean up. I have to admit that Feng Yunshen does have the genes of a good wife and mother. Whether it is cooking or cleaning up, she does a good job. Jiang Hai and the others came back at noon. In less than 2 hours, the room was cleaned up. After throwing the dusty sheets into the automatic washing machine and starting to wash them, other things have been done. Oh, I'm so tired. When I come back home, I'm like a little princess. My mother does everything, but when I come to your place, I become an old maid. Do you think it's easy for me? After cleaning up, Feng Yunshen lay directly on the sofa and complained to Jiang Hai, while AI Xiaoxi smiled and leaned over to her legs, helping her massage them. At the same time, Jiang Hai was also a little embarrassed. He stroked her head and massaged her shoulders. Although her mouth was a little dirty, Feng Yunshen still liked helping Jiang Hai do the housework, especially when Jiang Hai and AI Xiaoxi massaged her together. The physical comfort was not as good as the comfort in her heart. What do you want to eat tonight? Our Yunshen is so tired. I will treat tonight. Let's go for a big meal. After massaging for a while, Jiang Hai looked at the time. Unknowingly, it was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Although it was not time to eat, they could already order what they wanted to eat so that they could eat at that time. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Feng Yunxian and Ai Xiaoxi on the other side both remembered. Before he mentioned it, they didn't pay attention. Now that Jiang Hai mentioned it, they were really hungry. So, they started to think about what to eat. To be honest, there were not many specialties in Bing City's cuisine. There were all kinds of cuisines in Bing City. But if you want something special, it was still not good enough. For example, seafood. Many people in Bing City liked to eat seafood. Most of the seafood was imported from Dan City in the province. It tasted good and was not expensive. It was cheaper than the inland regions, but it was more expensive than the coastal regions. Other than seafood, the only food that could be considered delicious was fish. Black Dragon Province's fish was produced in Bing City. Because of the closure of the river during winter, the fish in other places could only grow for half a year. That was why the fish in Bing City could only grow for half a year. That was why the fish in Bing City was very firm and elastic. This was also the reason why tourists from other places would go to Bing City to eat fish. But Jiang Hai and Ai Xiaoxi were not lacking in seafood. After all, they had just returned from the coastal regions. When Jiang Hai was in Winthrop, he had treated seafood as his livelihood. So they were not lacking in seafood. They had just eaten double-cooked pork in the afternoon, and Jiang Hai did not like to eat at night. So they were in a dilemma. After thinking for a while, Jiang Hai suddenly clapped his hands and said to the two women, "Why don't we go back to eat?" Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the two women were stunned. Back to eat? They did not eat much, but there were many such restaurants in Bing City. Back to Bing City was Muslim cuisine. They did not serve pork. They mainly served beef and mutton. Most of the dishes were mutton. For example, the famous grilled mutton strips, boiled stomach, grilled mutton face, fried mirror, mutton eyes, mutton giblet soup, etc. Speaking of which, the roots of Chinese Muslim cuisine were in the vicinity of Shaanxi. There were many people who believed in this religion. It had to be popularized here. This ethnic minority had actually developed from a religion. In the previous dynasty, the previous government did not allow any nationalistic sentiments. Everyone was Chinese, regardless of ethnic group. It was a true integration of ethnic groups, but you were allowed to believe in this religion. After the establishment of the current imperial court, in order to appease these people, the current law was introduced. Of course, these things could not be said carelessly. Carelessly talking about it would cause them to be banned. So, it was just a simple introduction. Jiang Hai did not have any thoughts about other ethnic groups. He was just an ordinary Muslim. There was no psychological difference. And he also liked to eat this cuisine. After all, beef was better than pork. Okay. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Feng Yunxian thought for a while and said, she had not eaten it for a while. Seeing that Feng Yunxian and Jiang Hai both agreed, Ai Xiaoxi, who had not eaten before, could only agree. Okay, then let's rest for a while and eat at 5 o'clock. Hearing that Ai Xiaoxi and Feng Yunxian both agreed, Jiang Hai also smiled and confirmed the time to eat. Then Jiang Hai carried Feng Yunxian up and lay on the sofa with her. Feeling the smell of Jiang Hai's body and Jiang Hai's strong body, Feng Yunxian's face slowly turned red. Ai Xiaoxi looked at Jiang Hai and Feng Yunxian and couldn't help but hit them. Now is not the time to be tired of it. They still had to go out to eat later. If they started fighting now, who knows when they would be able to eat. In Bing City, it was different from other big cities. After 8:30 p.m., 90% of the restaurants would be closed, except for some restaurants that were open all night or some big hotels. However, most of the snack bars would be closed. They wouldn't be open until very late, like in the imperial capital, Shanghai, Chengdu, Fog City, and other places. If Jiang Hai and Feng Yunxian started fighting now, it was really hard to say when it would be over. Feeling Ai Xiaoxi's intention, Jiang Hai and Feng Yunxian both smiled and didn't take any further action. They just lay there hugging each other. Ai Xiaoxi also came over at this time and leaned on Jiang Hai's body. The three of them leaned on the sofa, listening to each other's heartbeat and the constant whirring sound of the washing machine. Old driver, wait for me. I'm going to Kuan City. Old driver, wait for me. I am going to the provincial capital. Just when the three of them were being intimate, suddenly a strange song came from Jiang Hai's mobile phone. Well, this was Jiang Hai's ringtone that he had recently changed. This was a song that Jiang Hai heard in AI Xiaowi's new car. He had to admit that it was a magical song. Picking up the phone, Jiang Hai glanced at it. The caller was none other than Qi Li. Hello. Qi Li, what's the matter? Seeing that it was Qi Li, Jiang Hai's mood was not as conflicted as before, and he picked it up directly. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.